were allegedly there at the time. I have no idea. You either are or you're not.
I was visiting.
Look, I don't want you to talk about the case. And just understand, you know, a lot of people try to justify things by what they think is right. Even though if you think something is right, if it's still against the law, it's still against the law. I don't know. That's why we give you a lawyer, for the lawyer to tell you what the law is.
Massive day for the unemployed. Mizkif has officially hit rock bottom once again, watching the greatest series on YouTube. More Pegasus uploaded the video on me as well, so you know if I'm in there, I'm gonna have to react. Let's get into it.
Welcome back to a series so electrifying. Even Tapu Koko subscribed in today's video. Hassan is now trying to justify worker exploitation as a socialist,
Makes sense.
simply because it's not happening in America. Classic.
Of course.
He claims the
Remember, guys, America bad, China good.
is weird and has no other criticism, apparently. He's getting absolutely cooked on Twitter, and Ethan is jumping in. Destiny is calling out Hassan, trying to downplay buying his house. Dumbest Hassan orbiter Denims is now calling out Emiru, saying the tides.
Bro, Denims is so fucking stupid, it's insane. Like straight up, bro. I would say a much more severe joke right now, but I know I'm being watched with the magnifying glass, so I'm gonna just not tell this joke, but you guys can probably assume what I was gonna say, but what's great is, chat, now that you guys know I've lost a little bit of my voice, I need you guys to be my voice for me. Okay? I'm not gonna say nothing. This bitch retarded, though. Anyways, let's get into it.
Are turning on her. Hassan claims the left simply loves losing and self-sabotaging, and they shouldn't go after Billy. He plays the woke card and claims to defend trans people. Oh, brother. He's claiming
This guy stinks! And yeah, the left is constantly infighting. I barely see any infighting on the right. The left is infighting constantly for who can be the most left. Like, oh, really? You like terrorists? Well, I jerk off to Osama bin Laden. So actually, you're a far-right Nazi. It's like they have a dick measuring contest and a dick sucking contest of who can jerk off terrorists more. It's insane.
So Valve, I didn't look at this the other day. We're going to look into it. So obviously they're trying to regulate Steam. They're trying to get it under control. Uh-oh. Here we go. We're going to take a look at it.
On January 28th, 2026, the world of intellectual property changed forever.
Oh, yeah?
For years, the name Lee Rothschild has been a shadow over the tech industry.
Classic.
Man who has filed over 1,200 patent lawsuits against everyone from Apple to small businesses. Most companies just pay him to go away. It's easier and it's usually cheaper. But he made one fatal mistake. He tried to squeeze Valve. If you've been following this channel, you know the drama.
Are you telling me that not only did Gabe not get found in the Epstein files, but he defeated one of their elite lieutenants in the court of law? No way!
Has been insane. We've seen lawyers caught using AI to fake legal citations and then having to issue apologies. But now the games are over. A federal judge has issued a pair of devastating rulings that sided with Valve and functionally dismantled Rothschild's entire defense. The judge has officially ruled that Rothschild breached his contract, and in just a few weeks, Valve is taking this all the way to a jury trial to seek millions in damages. Valve isn't just winning.
Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. He's taking on the Illuminati and he's winning. Holy shit.
They are going to be setting a precedent that could end this patent troll for good. To understand why these new documents are so explosive, we have to look at the contract that started the war. Back in 2016, Valve and Rothschild entered into a global settlement and license agreement, or the GSLA. This was supposed to be kind of like a peace treaty. Valve paid Rothschild a valuable consideration, essentially a giant pile of cash, in exchange for a perpetual, irrevocable, royalty-free, fully paid-up, worldwide license to Rothschild's patent portfolio. The agreement was pretty simple. Rothschild gets paid, and in return he promises not to sue licensee, Valve, or its affiliates for the actual or alleged infringement ever again.
Well, how could... I mean, that's so... Like, that's like saying all your base are belong to us. How could you even think that you had a case?
So for 6 years, there was silence. But then in 2022, Rothschild's companies started sending marketing messages to Valve's legal team, essentially saying, hey, we have some new inventory of patents. Want to buy a new license?
But they already had bought it in perpetuity because the license was categorical for the entire library, and the library was not stated like this is a living, like, because patents expire. So because patents expire, very clearly you couldn't make you couldn't take a snapshot of this because things would inevitably be removed. Bro, Gavin mogged him? Yeah, bro. He mogged the Rothschilds. Oh my god.
Knowing that they already had a perpetual license, ignored the emails. So Rothschild did what he always does. He sued them. Specifically, his company Display Technologies filed a lawsuit in September 2022 alleging Valve infringed on a patent that was already covered by the 2016 deal. When Valve's counsel pointed this out and emailed the Rothschild lawyers a copy of their own 2016 contract, they didn't just apologize, they actually doubled down until they were forced to dismiss the case. And that...
Oh my god. What a fucking parasite. Like, this is... It's actually insane that companies have to deal with bullshit like this. What a fucking parasite. It's a shakedown. It is. This is I'm altering the deal. Pray that I do not alter it any further. What's so weird about this is that couldn't they just get out of this if they had just created a separate entity and had the separate entity hold the patents in that other entity instead? Like, why would they do it under the same entity of the Rothschilds? Like, this is it's even stupid business. Like, there's no way. They're too lazy? I don't know. Like, it's hubris. Classic.
It leads us to the explosive rulings the judge just handed down.
Yeah.
In the recent ruling, Judge Jamal Whitehead finally addressed this. Rothschild's legal
That's
team
Jamal
tried
W,
to
by
argue
the way.
that because they dismissed the 2022 case promptly, it
Yeah.
wasn't a real breach. But the judge wasn't having it. He wrote the court finds as a matter of law that Rothschild and DT breached the GSLA by suing Valve on September 27th, 2022.
So, oh, wow. So even seeking legal,
And that prompt dismissal of the lawsuit did not cure the breach. This is the partial part of the victory for Valve. For the 2022 conduct, Valve has already won. Rothschild is
so that wasn't enough for Jamal. He said, wait a minute, hold up. Not only do you lose, but now you're liable.
now a contract breaker in
Damn.
the eyes of the law. The only thing
Jamal's
for
a gamer?
jury to decide
Think
on
he played
this
Deadlock?
point is how much money Rothschild owes Valve for the trouble he caused. In June 2023, Rothschild's lawyers sent another letter to Valve threatening to sue them over the 221 patent. This was after Valve had already warned them about the 2016
That's a patent? Claim. A method for storing media content and delivering requested media content to a consumer device. How can you even patent something that abstract? This is how could claim a method for storing media content and delivering requested media content to a consumer device. How can you even patent something that abstract? This is bro, what?
221 patent.
Where's this here? That's it? I'm reading it. This is ridiculous. Wow. They want to fleece the I can't say that word. He said they want to fleece the goyim.
This was after Valve had already warned them about the 2016 contract in the 2022 case. But Rothschild's excuse this time was that he claimed
Bro,
it was
yeah,
just a
just saying.
genuine mistake. His team argued that because Rothschild manages so many patents, they simply forgot the 221 patent was on the list of things they weren't allowed to sue Valve over.
But I bet he probably used the fact that they did a previous lawsuit as an indicator that they were operating in bad faith, right?
But here's the catch that makes the upcoming trial so important. The judge ruled that he could not grant summary judgment on this 2023 conduct, seeing as under Texas law, if a breach is based on a genuine mistake, it might not count as breaching the contract.
Sure,
So the
yeah.
judge stated that whether this was a lawful act or a genuine mistake is a genuine dispute of material fact. Now, this is where things change.
I feel like it's a pattern of behavior, right? I mean, if they had already sent it once before, like, I mean, I don't know.
Changed quite a bit. Rothschild's team tried to get the judge to throw out Valve's claims under the Washington Patent Troll Protection Act. They argued
No shot. This is like a roach trying to use roach remover spray on a human. This is like, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, I'm going to use this on you.
that only the Attorney General
It's a mouse
can
using a
sue
mousetrap.
under this act, not a private company like Valve. They wanted to keep this a simple private contract dispute. But in a recent document, Judge Whitehead just dropped the hammer. He ruled that Valve does have the right to sue under this act because patent trolling is a matter of vital public interest.
I'm assuming that and the thing is that it's probably a defense. Like that legal like proceeding or like delineation is probably a legal defense. So that's something that they have to figure out in court whether it was a matter of a mistake or not. So it's going to probably, oh man.
He stated the court declines to adopt an interpretation that would leave injured parties without recourse while simultaneously declaring their injuries to be matters of vital public concern. By
True.
keeping the PTPA claim alive, the judge is allowing Valve to argue that Rothschild's business model is an unfair or deceptive act in trade or commerce.
Guys, I think I'm having a fucking, like a hallucination. Is America actually doing a ruling against an abusive company that's taking advantage of people? Like, this has to be in, like, Europe or something, right? Like, what the hell is this?
This opens the door for treble damages,
I don't
meaning
know
the
what that
jury
is.
could triple whatever amount of money they think Rothschild owes Valve. Valve is looking to make it financially devastating to ever target them again. And that leads us to one of the most satisfying parts of this case. Most patent trolls use a shell game strategy. They create dozens of tiny LLCs with no assets. And if an LLC loses a case, it just goes bankrupt and the troll walks away with their personal wealth untouched.
I am like that guy's like a level 80, right? I'm like a level 15 on this kind of stuff, okay? Actually, that's not even true. I'm like a level 11. Even I know how ridiculous this is. So think about an elite lieutenant of the Illuminati. I mean, this is some crazy, crazy shit.
Aren't just suing the companies like Display Technologies or Patent Asset Management. They are suing Lee Rothschild personally. They are arguing that these companies are just alter egos for Rothschild himself. If Valve succeeds in the upcoming trial, Lee Rothschild could be held personally responsible. Valve isn't just targeting
I mean, if he's so lazy that he didn't even create a separate entity, an entirely separate entity for... So, like, here's the logic, right? Is that if he's so lazy that he didn't even create a completely separate entity for him to create new patents with, so he could take advantage of the library and, like, the changing nature of it, he probably has the arrogance to mix some degree of transactions or business that he does, especially maybe even in creating the LLC, in doing the initial filing for it, that could be used as evidence of him breaking the corporate veil or piercing the corporate veil. And if they're able to do that, which means that basically if you're shown to have been using a corporate entity for personal finances, you can be held liable personally for the bad actions of your company. This is a very common practice. So I bet there's a chance in Discovery they can find that. I do. I think there's a pretty high chance too, especially if he's going and trying to, if he is trying to run away, I wonder why that is.
targeting Rothschild. They are actually going after his lawyers too, Samuel Mailer and Mailer Legal PLLC. This is where the case gets truly personal, as in many legal battles, the lawyers are shielded by what's called litigation privilege. But Valve is pushing back against that shield. Valve's in-house counsel warned Mailer as early as December 2022 that his behavior indicated a failure to do a Rule 11 inquiry, which is lawyer talk for you didn't do your homework before filing this lawsuit. Mailer responded in January 2023, claiming he had carefully reviewed the GSLA.
He did do the lawsuit.
Just 6 months later...
But if he did the lawsuit, if he looked it up, then why did they make a mistake? And then I don't understand this. So like if you looked it up and you said you did your due diligence, but the original argument was that you were making that you made a mistake, then a mistake would imply that you didn't do your due diligence. Like this is,
Mailer sent a letter threatening to sue over the 221 patent, a patent he just claimed to have carefully reviewed. When challenged on this, his defense was that he did not realize the 221 patent was listed in the GSLA, and that he had relied on his client to track licenses. Valve is arguing that the Mailer defendants were active participants in a bad faith scheme to extract settlements through unfair or deceptive acts. Valve is sending a
I wonder if, because if they're working with them a lot, I wonder if there's a chance that they're being paid through equity in the company. Because if that's the case, then I bet he probably can loop the lawyers in with this. Because if they have a financial incentive in the company too, oh, of course, yeah, exactly. It's like suing yourself. No.
terrifying message to the patent troll industry. In a recent document, the judge allowed these claims to move forward. This means the Mailer defendants are officially headed to trial and could be on the hook for damages alongside Rothschild himself.
Wow.
So where does that leave us? The trial is actually...
Honestly, this needs to happen more. I'm going to be real. Like, the amount of people that go around and they're just... Like, the amount of patent and copyright abuse that happens... And I think that the main reason why the patent and copyright abuse is so problematic is because it's almost always a person that has a lot of resources who's doing it towards a person who has very little resources. And that's usually what happens.
Set to begin in just a few weeks in
Poke the wrong
Seattle,
bear.
and because of these summary judgment rulings, the trial will be about the damages and how much Rothschild owes Valve. The 2023 mistake, was it an actual genuine mistake, or was he just...
And the thing is, what's crazy about this is that if they win this, then do you think that this is the only mistake that the Rothschilds, this company's ever made? Probably not. Like, what do you think the odds are that the only mistake they've ever made was with Valve, the only company, coincidentally, that has the resources and power to sue them and retaliate? Almost zero. So this could be a domino effect.
Trying to extract money and personal liability for Rothschild. This overall is a massive win for Valve, but it's an even bigger one for the tech community. Valve chose to fight this time, spending millions of dollars and going through fake AI citations, but now they are weeks away from potentially dealing a death blow to one of the most known patent trolls in US history. If you want to stay updated on all Valve news, make sure you subscribe.
The difference between...
Oh my God.
On January...
How does he do it, man? Bro, how does he do it? I don't understand this. Like, he's just that guy. He's got motion, he does. Oh my God. Yeah, and he's a wizard. Apparently, bro, like, I'm gonna link y'all the video. I didn't even know about this. He's the anti-Epstein. He is, bro. Like, wow. Oh my fucking God. Give it a like. I've watched Water CS2's videos in the past. And I watched his videos on the Visa and MasterCard censorship. I remember this. And I'm very glad to see it. Yeah, Rothschild, bro, dude, imagine mogging the Rothschilds after not being found on the Epstein files. That's a motherfucking American right there. Man. Rothschilds after not being found. Dude, imagine mogging the Rothschilds after not being found on the Epstein files. That's a motherfucking American right there. Man, how about that? That's Aura? Yep, that's fucking Aura. Absolutely fucking mogged. Valve is a crazy, unstoppable juggernaut. I'm feeling like, bro, I'm seeing this and I'm thinking maybe I gotta play a little bit of Deadlock, you know? Like, I haven't even tried it out. I was going to, and then, like, I forgot what happened, but I didn't play it. I'm thinking, man, maybe I gotta get into that. Yeah, the anti-Jeffrey, I guess so. Just win against the Redacted. Yeah, bro, he wins against Redacted. He goes up against Redacted and wins. Oh my God. and open cases on CS:GO. I've never done that. I've only watched Train do it. That's the only. I actually no. I watched Tim do it. Tim the Tapman. That was it. I haven't seen anybody else do it at all for anything. And the brand is called Long D, and if it was a face model, I guess so. Deadlock's great. It's a lot to learn, though. That's all right. I mean, if it's going to be a fun game and people are going to play it for a long time, then I might as well play it and see what it's like. And that's it. You wouldn't stand a chance, but MOBAs are a lifestyle. I know that. I do. But one day I'll try it out. No, I'm so happy to see this. I really am. And you open Genshin cases, but not CS. I don't like how you're calling them cases. And the main thing I don't like about it is the fact that you're right. They kind of are cases, aren't they? But yeah, I haven't really seen anything about that at all. And yeah, maybe one day I'll do cases for CSGO, but maybe not anytime soon. Deadlock is doing pretty good, close to 100K players on average. Well, it's crazy how like every game that they make is just like insanely fucking good, man. It is. And I'm happy to see it. I am. This is amazing. Like it's very, very, very good. So here we go. Here's another one. We've got, that's a mask. Look at his forehead. This is bullshit. It ain't normal. So this is Joe Biden. A lot of people don't know this, but Joe Biden actually died in 2018. And the Biden that we saw run for president was a completely different person. Watch this. You'll find out. Well, no, it's just everybody's agreeing with it. Everybody. Faked Epstein death. Epstein was the president. Wait a minute. Somebody's saying that. No, this makes sense, right? When did Jeffrey Epstein die? It's like 2019, right? It was like late 2019. So yeah, August. So Jeffrey Epstein could have died, and he could have taken on Biden's body, and he could have been Joe Biden for the 4 years that Joe Biden was the president. Like, if you look at the timelines and everything, there's nobody who can definitively at this point say that didn't happen. Yeah, that would explain the sniffing. Yeah, and he's sniffing all the kids and stuff like that. I think this does explain a lot, doesn't it? So check their height. Oh, that's a good one. And so, man, so they're both the same height. Okay, Joe Biden versus Jeffrey Epstein. Wait. Now I'm not saying you're on to something. Now I'm not saying, verse Joe, left-handed or right-handed? Uh-oh. Eye color. No. No. I mean, we're 4 for 4, guys. So, okay, I'm gonna be sick. Guys, was Jeffrey Epstein our president for the last 4 years? Shoe size? Okay. So they're the same height, the same weight, the same shoe size, the same eye color. Guys, did we just get done with President Epstein? Dude, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Okay, upload the files. And all right. Remove his beard. Cannot edit public figures' images. Which public figure is this? This is important. Refusing verification. Like, why don't you just and you saw it blocked me, right? It's assessing potential risks, refining the refusal. I cannot provide. Dude, bro, wow.
I went to a restaurant in Prague and I spent 820 euros. A tourist went to a restaurant in Prague and spent 820 euros. This is the tourist's bill and this is my bill. There's a few differences. Let me explain. So the tourist bill was for 5 people, and let's go through some of the items here. They had a few mulled wines, they had 1 Coke, 25 beers. I mean, that's like 5 beers a person. They got 2 steaks, some sides, pork ribs, and a bacon cheeseburger, and also 15% service charge added. This adds up to 831 euros. Now, let's look at the bill I have. Before I unveil my bill, let me just clarify, I did have a reason to celebrate, and it was not just me nor 5 friends. There was like 50 of us in a great restaurant. I'll share which restaurant it was at the end of the video. So we had 1 burger, 97 beers, 1 slider, some potatoes, 2 lemonades, 1 bread, 2 more Chipotle burgers. Oh wow, this is a really good sandwich. Another lemonade, 2 non-alcoholic beers, more potatoes, a salad, 2 more potatoes with brinza, which is like a Slovak cheese, cider, 1 gin and tonic, 2 more veggie burgers, 3 more cheeseburgers, 1 soup, 1 chicken breast, 1 espresso tonic, 1 strawberry mixed lemonade, 7 more non-alcoholic beers, 22 special domestic beers, 22 more special domestic like small brewery beers, 15 more small beers, 11 more non-alcoholic beers, and 1 extra shot of espresso. That's it. I mean, it was a really good party, like really good party. And this adds up to 823 euros. I just tapped it. I was like, whoa, well, I guess this happens like once or twice in your lifetime, so I better pay. And my friends had fun. Now we're here on Old Town Square, where the tourists went to the restaurant, which is the one behind me with all the shiny lights and tourists sitting inside. And I asked the guy who's luring people in to have a meal if he actually knows how many people was in a group for the receipt we found, because we found it on their TripAdvisor rating site. I found this bill on TripAdvisor, which is from your place. My only question is, how many people?
5. Искаш ли сега да видим дали вашите знаят? Няма да пуснеш. Айде сега да видиш. Само да пуснеш!
Какво става тук? Карате ли се? Кое е това момиче?
Знаете ли, че вашата дъщеря има среща с учителя си по история? Та някаква луда, защо сте пуснали в нас? Виждате ли колко е непослушна? Коя сте вие, бе, госпожице? Аз съм госпожа Даниела Мотавчиева, жената на въпросния човек. Доротея? Да. И вчера ми призна, че от 3 месеца имат връзка.
Са си еба, ката майчина! Много силен епизод! Много силен епизод!
5 people? You remember it?
It's my table.
It's your table. So how do you end up with 12,200 crowns? 2 steaks.
No, 2 kilo 500. Yeah, 2 steaks. 2 kilo 500 steak.
Wow. That's very pricey. I had a party for like 50 people and I had the same bill. So I was curious.
No, but they have to understand that this is the center of Prague and they have everything in boxes. They have everything showing on the menu. So
This is center of Prague?
Yes.
This is center of Prague?
Center of Prague.
Oh.
Center of Prague.
Oh.
Town square.
Oh.
So
It makes it somehow special?
of course you pay for the location as well. But
Like for the view here. And just to be clear, I would never call this a scam. It is not. It is just a setup, a situation where we're in a tourist center of a city, not the center of the city, where simply things work differently. It's a different world. If I would show that bill to most Czechs, and we do this show in Czech, people will raise their eyebrows and will say, whoa, well, that's a steep bill for 5 people, even if you have fancy steaks. Just on a side note, I also asked the waiter if the burger on the picture on the TripAdvisor is their 40 euro burger. Do you know which burger is this?
probably smash burger.
So that's a 1,000 crown burger.
With French fries.
With French fries. Never believed I said that, but I'd rather go to McDonald's for a burger. And speaking of steaks, not a big fan, but if I would go, there are restaurants in Prague. I mean, we looked up one that was actually awarded World Steak Challenge silver medal, and they have the same tomahawk steak to share for 2 to 3 people for 139 euros to feed 3 people with that steak. And they have beer. That's half the price than here. But you know, it's the city center. And just to clarify, steaks and in general expensive meat or fish is usually priced per 100 grams or per pounds. So there is a certain space to boost up the price. I mean, I am saying that standing next to the world famous Prague ham stand, where they're able to slice you anything to make you pay more. If you don't know the story, you can only find it in our older videos because the stands will be gone when you come to Prague.
and I asked for, a portion. A portion. A portion. I said, how much? He said, well, we need to wait. 380 something.
380 for one portion of ham and a Coke.
Yeah, basically that's equals to £12. I'm from London. It's ridiculous. For street food, £12, far too much.
The following is an advertisement with Honzik eating a pizza in Spain. So is it a pizza advertisement? No, it's a VPN advertisement because believe it or not, my boy, as he was enjoying the warm weather in southern Spain, decided he wants to order a pizza. But for some reason, he just couldn't do it because they knew he's from the Czech Republic. Well, he told them, no guys, soy Spanish. And he did it through an app called Surfshark, which is the partner of our video. And it's an app that can virtually place you anywhere around the globe. So if you're wherever, you just click it, you click the flag of the country you want to be in, and suddenly the services work. Even the ability to order a pizza.
Please don't judge me.
I mean, the geo-block in this case, they were really trying to keep my buddy Hamza from getting a pizza. But whatever. If you need to go around a geo-block for whatever reason, go to surfshark.com/honestguide, use the code honestguide, or simply click the link below the video to get 4 months extra. Now, he may be back for filming this episode, but as I know Hamza, he's gonna travel very soon somewhere, who knows where. If you travel like me, you use Surfshark, the plugin. Now, I'm gonna go back to Old Town Square. Thank you, Surfshark. It's always fun for us to go through reviews of any place. And what's even more funny is when the owners reply in, let's put it this way, not the nicest way. So somebody's complaining about the prices in this restaurant, which again, I mean, they're clearly stated, you can see them, but this person is pointing out that they're 60 to 70% higher than any other restaurant, even here on the square, just to be clear, like in the city center.
Center of Prague.
And the owner here just replies, and how much do you want it for? Write the price directly. Well, I'm not gonna write the prices directly, but if I'm paying $50 for a burger, I'm also expecting it reflects in the salaries of the people working there. I mean, what's an average salary in London and what is it in Prague? So, connect these two dots maybe. This is not the first time that our camera is focused on the house that we're talking about today, or the restaurant. Previously, there was a different restaurant that we've already featured. It was actually also featured on a German TV show that I helped creating, where they, believe it or not, had double pricing if you were sitting outside. So part of the crew had their drinks on the patio, and they paid double compared to what the other part of the crew that was sitting inside paid.
2 Meter weiter, 100% Aufschlag.
So that was my experience, and even Hamza has an experience with this pub. When we were making a video trying to figure out where's the cheapest beer on the square, we went to every single restaurant and asked them what's the price. And when Hamza walked in to the previous restaurant to this one, they said, oh no, don't get your beer here. It's very expensive for you Czechs. Just go across the square to the place called Mincovna, which is also our today's tip. I mean, this square, it's not a center of Prague, it's a different universe. I just walked past this gentleman who was sipping on this beer, and he paid 12 euros for it. Now, this restaurant, or to be more specific, the house that we just showed you, not only caught attention of journalists like us that uncover tourist tricks, but also of journalists that uncover much bigger amounts. Now, we were talking hundreds of euros. Let's move to millions of euros, because the house is actually owned by the city and is currently being rented by a person who won it and is allowed to use it from 2020 for the following 15 years and is paying nearly 1 million euros a year. But now when I say is paying, they're actually in debt towards the city, because from an article that I found by Kristina Cyrokova and Lukáš Valášek, this guy, in the first 2 years that he got the house from the city, he owned more than 1 million euros in rent to pay to the city. When you're charging hundreds of euros for steaks, you better pay to the city for the house you're in. Come on. Now, this article that I'm referring to is a couple months old, and according to the city officials, the debt from the company that's running that restaurant towards the city should be paid by 2028. Again, looking at hundreds euro steaks, it should be paid by 2027. Or maybe there shouldn't be any debt towards the city. I love when restaurant owners argue how high the rent is, and then you find out they don't pay it. And a cherry on top, the reason many people actually started to pay attention to the house on the square is when they put up a neon sign on the 800-year-old facade of the house. That's kind of a no-no. But hey, if you want attraction from the media, you have it. So keep in mind that for 800 euros, you can either feed 4 of your tourist friends in a tourist center where only tourists go, or you can go where the honest guide goes and feed 50 of your hungry and thirsty friends. By the way, the place is in our maps on Patreon, so our Patreons already know about that place. It's called Domestic, so you can look it up. One of my favorite places to go for some burgers and beer. Thank you for watching, and I hope you'll enjoy Prague on your visit. See you, bye-bye. And let me teach you a Czech word at the end, and that's how to say debt if you owe someone. It's dluh. Dluh is debt.
And just giving a basic recap of what this Pizzagate theory was.
These emails get dumped online full of everything that was in John Podesta's life. And John Podesta is a very powerful and connected man. People on the internet then started to notice these strange pizza messages about $40,000 worth of hot dogs being flown to DC for parties, and overt references to children.
That's a lot of hot dogs. That's a lot. Like, there is this one old man that I watch on Instagram Reels who drives around in a car full of hot dogs, drinking and driving, gambling. And he's great. But, like, that's like a car full of hot dogs, and that's probably only like $50 at the most. I've seen him. I like him. He's good.
These kids, ages like 7, 8, and 9, will be in the pool, and it'll be heated, and they will be there for. It's like, wait, what are we talking about? This one pizza place in particular, Comet Ping Pong, right in the heart of DC. The Instagram of this pizza shop is full of very disturbing images of children. Things like children taped to tables. Things like commenters talking about rape and abuse, things like comments about kill rooms, and so much disturbing imagery on a public Instagram account for a public pizza place as the
Bro, actually eyes wide shut. Oh my God. Wow.
a public Instagram account for a public pizza place as the media is running this big kind of smear campaign on these questions. A guy
enjoys your content.
walks
I'm glad.
into that pizza place
Yeah,
with
shout
an
out to
AR
Ian.
and
For sure.
shoots the place up. Doesn't hit anybody, but manages to shoot
got a
a
great
bullet
hairline.
straight through the hard drive
I'm
that's
jealous.
in the back room, and gets arrested by police very publicly. They have a big photo shoot. So then you
Yeah.
can look at it and say, these conspiracy theories are dangerous.
Yeah.
So we can censor them all off the internet because it's been debunked. Don't pay attention to the fact that the guy that owns the pizza place is the boyfriend of the guy that runs Media Matters, who is one of the primary debunkers of these things.
Man, that is really, damn, bro. Like,
they're named. They had 10 co-conspirators, one of whom was Leslie Wexner. They're named, and that the list is long. Like, there's pilots. We know their names. Larry Visosky. There's 3 different pilots. There's a bunch of other madams like Ghislaine Maxwell, but assistants that were helping to recruit girls. There's a bunch of other people that were trafficking models and bringing models in and out. There's just this long. There's an enormously long list. Of people in various roles all around Epstein that we know full well were, at the very least, deeply suspiciously involved, where they should be asked some very serious questions. I mean, right up to Ehud Barak, who, by my accounting, looks like the handler of Epstein. He certainly looks like we have all these emails from both Ehud Barak's email server now and from Jeffrey Epstein's trove of documents that corroborate them doing what looks like intelligence.
Say I'm not a Mossad agent. I remember that. I remember that real well.
It's operations all around the world and in the United States. So there's just an endless number of people.
I unfollowed them? Wait, what? I don't think I did. Wait, did I really? Let me see. Yeah, I mean, this is just... No, I didn't. What do you mean? And, yeah, that's... this is a lot, guys. Like, I mean, really, we got a lot going on with this. Then I'm going to start trying to explain these things to my real-life friends. With these filed release, why is no one being questioned and be called for an investigation? Why would you investigate the people that are killing and eating and raping kids and doing satanic rituals to create homunculus humanoid and then breeding half human, half animal, and then performing ritualistic sacrifices and cutting the organs out of children? Why would you do that? Why would you hold them accountable for this? Yeah, you have to? Apparently not. I mean, apparently you don't have to. Do you think that they created a homunculus? I do. I think that they probably have like realistically, I mean, let's just think about this logically. Do you think that they've tried to clone human beings? Absolutely they have. I'm going to be honest. If our government hasn't tried to do that, I want my tax money back. I do. I want it back. If we're not trying to clone people and we're not trying to like grow people inside of a lab, I'm getting scammed. I am. Like, I thought we're supposed to be on the edge of this. I thought we're supposed to be trying to move things forward. Like, really? I mean, I'm not even saying, look, there's a lot of reasons why you could grow a person. Why? Well, because you could grow organs that way. Like, that's the main thing. Absolutely. 100%. Like, cloning humans will be the end of humanity? They said that about a lot of things, and it wasn't. And we need a real Captain America also. Yeah, do you think they were successful in cloning human? I don't think they were successful. I don't. I find it to be very unlikely. And the reason why I think they weren't successful is because we can't cure cancer. I think with how many diseases that people have that we can't cure, I think that shows that we probably can't replicate the human genome. People going crazy think they found a code word for human meat. So jerky equals child meat. Francis, he better not be talking about the Pope. That better not be the Pope. No. Give me a minute. It better not. There better be another Francis. It's got to be another one. Yeah, oh boy, no. Francis has time to come tomorrow. Show me how to make it. Jerky class anyone. He will bring you to taste his new jerky recipe from the restaurant. He sends a warm hello. He's working at a restaurant called the restaurant's called Cannibal and Cooks. Wait for it, beef jerky and steak. He has time at 3 p.m. tomorrow if this is okay with you. Here's what I think is really crazy about this email. This email is totally, there are no equal signs. There's no bad punctuation. There's nothing wrong at all about it. And so is it because he's doing it on an iPhone or not? Like, that's very confusing to me. Because it's normal? I mean, I don't know about someone else sent it to him. Oh, it's 2. It's 2. Okay, I'm a big idiot. Okay, I'm so stupid. I didn't know that. I read it wrong. Okay, yes, after blank leaves, can blank make some jerky? I think we should landscape all around the house to use the water if possible. Lodge and ranch central if needed. If the main house is not enough. Wait a minute. Wait, what a minute. Didn't he say... Wait a minute.
Removed, apparently. There's a bonfire right here. Maybe where they burn people alive. Or... sun compass that was removed, apparently. There's a bonfire right here. Maybe where they burn people alive. Fire right here. Maybe where they burn people alive.
Okay. It's too small for that? No, it's not. You just have to do it the other way. You have to do it like upside down, right? Because like you're not going to eat the head. So a lot of people don't know this, but like so you actually don't have any like the risks of eating human meat are actually not that high. But the big risk is eating a human brain or spinal fluid, because that's obviously connected directly to the brain, because there's special different things called prions inside of the brain that can give you neurological disorders if you eat them yourself. Prions, exactly. And so that's the reason why. And so they could be cooking them that way. Same with animals. Well, I don't know about the animals. Yeah, how do you know this? I looked it up. Yeah, I looked it up. It's a significant risk? Yeah. And mad cow disease, mad human disease? Exactly. And so I'm just saying, pardon? Yeah, I looked it up. I found it out. And I think we should landscape more. BMG, would be possible to have some time discussing the following. Landscaping main house, landscaping windows, Larry's log cabin, vehicles, fall, winter projects, Bryce. Okay, that's fine. Hope you are feeling better. Did we analyze the jerky? Why didn't we get jerky this week? You said we could not do it until Friday. Please explain. Thank you. I tried phoning, but it seems like you were sleeping on the couch the whole day so much. I also added more to the jerky and ginger lemongrass. I will know more tomorrow night. Also, the next date seems really great. Thank you so much. Super cool. What is this here? Setting up surface right now. We're ridiculously excited. And beef jerky, delicious. Wow. Bro, she's a little bit too excited. And maybe she ate the brain part. And Jojo is here, and we'll walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. We'll walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. Why would jerky walk around? That seems kind of weird. Why would it do that? I mean, I guess like you're walking something over there, like, I don't know, like it's okay, that's not enough. That's not enough to go with. Ginger lemongrass, perhaps code for ethnicity. Maybe, right? You don't know. That's a good idea. Delicious lunch, beef jerky. Steve and I are very grateful, above all, for your friendship. Some of these emails are so wholesome, aren't they? It's too bad they eat kids. Really, you know, like, what the fuck? They're sitting there like, oh, I really loved having you come here. And yeah, no, I had so much fun eating the babies and killing people with you. Yeah, I loved it. My wife did too. I can't wait to see you for Christmas. Bye. Oh, here's a photo of us in case you want to make this, you know, have this for your wall. And it's us. Oh, wow. Like, what the fuck? Making memories, yes. Oh my God. It's normal for them? Yes. A small insulated bag would be fine. I don't remember checking it. No need for crazy amounts of ice. One should do. There is one bag of beef jerky in the fridge. Please get it. Also, Blank has more at her place. Please get it from her as well. And bring it all with you. Bring it all with you. I suppose it needs to be in a cold, insulated bag. Well, usually jerky doesn't need to... How about that? That's crazy. What are the odds of that? And, oh my fucking God, beef jerky shoulder on the shelf? Yeah, I mean, guys, I think I gotta put this in the refrigerator. I had no idea. About this. Oh my God. So yeah, coolest code word. I don't know. You can't eat beef jerky anymore. Yeah, it's not even refrigerated. And do you mean, what is this here? We talked about this at the ranch. Why isn't it done? Steve needs a 6 to 8 ounce portion of jerky. I gave you all the jerky we had, roughly 2 pounds, and it lasted only half the amount of time it was meant to. I felt like it was more important for you to have the jerky to eat during my time off. My plan is to make a batch before I leave for LSJ, and some of that will go to Steve, and the rest will go to you at LSJ when I arrive. Little St. James Island. That's what LSJ must mean. Oh, that's the... So wait a minute. So that means that... So logically, that means that they were doing this off of the island. They weren't doing this on the island because I will make a batch before I leave for. So that would imply that he's somewhere else. Maybe he could be at the ranch. That's it, right? And, oh my fucking God. Or the fire pit? Yeah, it's Zorro Ranch. Exactly. Do you mean prepared? Only 3 ounces per day. Steve Hansen is sending jerky to your attention overnight. Just wanted to touch base about jerky. They talk about beef jerky more than I do. This is a big nothing? How sure are you? Because I think that there's a 50% chance at least that it's nothing. But is there a 100% chance? I would say there's not. I think there's not. I feel like it's higher than that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, guys. It's drugs. I mean, I'm not sure about this. Don't you call it beef jerky? Yeah, I do. J.E. said he was going to start eating regular food again, so he might be eating less jerky. He said he has 6 bags of it in a downstairs freezer. Why would you freeze jerky? I believe it should be enough to get him through. Any other questions, please let me know. J.E. is asking to bring him more jerky. Jeffrey Epstein is asking to bring him more jerky. Are you flying on Friday? I would like to collect it from you and take it from me on the plane. I'm flying in on Friday. I will bring jerky. Is there a time I could come say hi and drop off the beef jerky? And that's from Jeffrey Epstein. Are there any recorded images of Jeffrey Epstein with eating with beef jerky at all in the picture? We're going to ask both AIs. We're going to see what it say. We're going to see what it say. No, there are no recorded or publicly known images of Jeffrey Epstein with beef jerky in the picture. Turn up nothing resembling an image. Based on public, there is no evidence or record of any images showing Jeffrey Epstein with beef jerky. So it's crazy that they're just talking about, like, isn't it weird that they're, like, for example, like, I talk about drinking soda and eating beef jerky all the time. And if you went into my house and you took a photo of my house, you'd probably see beef jerky and soda somewhere. So you can go through, what's this here? Commercial. Apparently it's his last girlfriend who's active on Twitter right now. So this was Jeffrey Epstein's potential last girlfriend? What? We do not need to show us on. Wait, what is this? She's the jerky supply. Well, wait a minute. It's highly addictive if it's 6 days. It's an old account. Yeah, joined November 2017. One username change sent last on November 2017. So it is. How do we know who this person is? I'm not seeing her name. There. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. So, right there? Yes, apparently. And Francis Derby is literally the executive chef at a restaurant called The Cannibal in New York City. He left in 2017. Wait, what? The Cannibal restaurant in New York City? Wait, what? Hold up. Is a beer and butcher. Where is it here? And its focus is on sustainable meat and a massive inventory of craft beverages. Did their top chef leave after the Epstein leave as a result of Epstein? As a result. There's no way, right? Jim and I won't answer that. There's no reference. Francis Derby. He left in 2018 simply to return to Long Island. Okay, so he's not Okay, that's interesting. Wow. Did they serve beef jerky? Does beef jerky. It was now famous for its extensive house-made charcuterie and offered wide variety of snacks. Their menu traditionally focused on fresh butchery rather than standard dried beef jerky. So they apparently did it occasionally, but not really. So who sends beef jerky to a lab for analysis? Wait, what? Hold up. Jeffrey Epstein to Steve Hansen. Old saying, dog ate my homework. Well, the dog ate the beef jerky. I was looking for the beef jerky as I knew it was in my suitcase, and I thought that maybe I left it on the beach, only to find a small plastic bag near my dog's bed. Hence, no beef jerky. I'll email Francis to make us some more, as I need 6 to 8 ounces to send to the lab, and I'll forward to Francis the info to send to the lab directly. I think something's going on. I do. The lab is another code word? Well, you'd have to have repeated uses of it in ways that are inconvenient or confusing. So that's it. Is this beef jerky was adrenochrome? No, I don't think that's it either. I'm just like looking at everything. So what else are these people saying about it? 6 bags of beef jerky in the downstairs freezer. Why would anybody freeze beef jerky? Epstein said he was going to start eating regular food again. How is beef jerky not regular food? I am going to give this a point of credit, okay? Is that there are a lot of people that really eat a lot of beef jerky, and it causes digestive issues and problems. And because of that, they end up, like going back to eating normal food after that. How do I know that? Nobody knows. It's a mystery. And so anyway, yeah, biltong can be frozen. Yeah, I think that's like made out of frogs, right? Nobody's been this excited about jerky. I have. I've been even more excited about jerky than this is. Yeah, I mean, what are you talking about? Demons eating missing children sounds closer than the alien disclosure. No one walks over beef jerky, and you sure as hell don't need to keep it in a cold, insulated bag. That defeats the fucking purpose of beef jerky. This Francis guy is super hard up for some beef jerky. No one is that into beef jerky. These people are legit demons. I'm surprised MSM has not rushed to slap the debunked label on all of this like they did with Pizzagate a decade ago. I think the real reason why they can't do that is because they know that it's just too much. Anyway, I'm surprised. It's crazy how they haven't said anything about this. Francis Derby was a chef at the Cannibal. I was not ready to read this. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. No, it's not. It's not even close to the worst thing. Like, oh, wow, they're eating people? Duh, of course they eat people. Like, that's not even that bad. Like, really? I mean, I think that there's a lot of stuff that's worse than that. This is probably like number 5 or 6. Yeah, but it's pretty bad. Yeah. But like for Epstein, is it bad though, right? Are we really going to say it's that bad for Jeffrey Epstein? Guys, he's sitting there smiling on a Skype call with a person, and the name of the person is torture. And talking about melted cheese. Like, oh, well, actually, you know what? I bet all these fit together. You know what? That's probably not even true. I bet they all just fit together. And you're saying it could have been worse? Yeah, it could have been worse. And what's number 1? What's the worst thing? I think that so I would say the worst thing, this is my opinion of the worst thing, is that the V-Bucks, no. I think it's that the fact that they rape the young girls, and then they force them to give birth, and then they take their babies away, and then they sacrifice the babies. I think that's the worst one. Like, personally, that's the worst one in my opinion. right? And eat them, right? That's the word. So like, if you want to think, because I've thought about this, right? I feel like everybody needs to think about this every once in a while. So is that proven? Well, no, a lot of this stuff isn't proven. Like, it's just, there's just a lot of points on the graph, and they make the same line. So that's it. And what about eating babies? You think that's number 5? Well, it's not necessarily that. And the thing is that jerky, I don't even agree that jerky would be child meat, because generally jerky is aged meat. So I would assume that they would use another term like veal or something else to talk about kid meat. So I don't even think, I'm not even convinced that jerky is, I think it could be human meat, but there's no definitive proof in my mind that it has to necessarily be a kid's meat. You see what I'm saying? Like, and I look, guys, I just talk about things. I do. I just talk about it. I don't have a filter on this at all. I just say it. So there might be people saying like, damn, like what? People will have a little bit of shock. Listen to this. But no, I just say it is. I say that's the way it is. Jerky could be old sex slaves. That could be it. Yeah. I mean, it could be something like, it could be like a life cycle, right? Where like, oh, yeah, that could, no, but usually I don't know. I mean, the ounces of it too, not 6 to 8 pounds. It says 6 to 8 ounces. So like theoretically, right? Is that, so you're saying that they use them as sex slaves, and then once they're used up, they kill them and then eat them. I don't know if I'd believe that. And I'm going to give you the logic of why I wouldn't immediately believe that. It's because there's like an unspoken, actually it is a spoken rule. There's a rule that, I forgot where this came from, that you can have sex with a goat, but you can't eat the goat after you have sex with the goat. And I think that in general, a lot of these people probably would not want to eat something that they had sex with. Is that in Iran? I don't think it's in Iran. But you could sell the goat to somebody else to eat. So maybe, because you can see what I mean, for wrong religion, but I think that it's like, but like, why did the religion come up with that idea? It's probably because the idea of, but then they were sacrificing babies and eating the shit out of their intestines, so maybe they wouldn't care. I don't know. Because the purity of the meat, right, yeah, exactly. I don't know, because like it's about figuring out the logic for this, right? And it's used as an insult. I'm just thinking about it, right? I'm thinking out loud. I apologize. Conversations left the rails. It's about wishes. Moloch, Baal is a genie personification too. If it's human meat, it's probably baby's meat because of the amounts and the scarcity. Yeah, but like, I mean, so you're saying that they could be eating the babies? They're not, maybe they sacrifice them and then eat them. There's no logic, brother. It's sick. Well, I think that there's usually, there's like an internal logic system that people use, even if they don't use the same logic system that everybody else uses. You know, it's 8 ounces a baby. That's true, but also that's including bones and like the skull, which would be removed if you were going to kill somebody and then cook them and eat them. So like really, and that's also the dried meat. Like think about it. You ever put like a hamburger on like on a stove or on a grill, it gets smaller. Like this is, everybody knows this. This conference, no, I'm just thinking about it. What? Well, I'm thinking about it. This could be before? No, because it said it was going to deliver it. It said it was going to deliver the 6 to 8 ounces. So, I don't know. Babies aren't 8 ounces? Oh, no, you're right. I was thinking pounds. Yeah, no, that's a good point. You're right. So you could wow. Man. I'm just doing the math in my head. Because, like, okay, This like a South Park episode about this? I mean, I never seen that. 8 bags, 8 ounces. This is a lot. This is a lot for me to think about. Are there kosher rules for cannibalism? Well, I don't know. I mean, are cattle kosher? I have no idea. We're dealing with pedophiles who worship demons from biblical times that control everything on the planet, and y'all are talking about voting them out. Yeah, it's okay, guys. If you vote for the other side, it'll all go away. I think the sub needs to change from conspiracy to I told you so. This is a lot, huh? Epstein's last girlfriend is posting right now, and it's getting crazier. So this is the other one, right? So this girl, randomly, I don't know who this is, but people are saying this is Jeffrey Epstein's last girlfriend. And this is the same name as inside of the files, and her name change hasn't occurred since 2017, before the files released. And she's following Stephen King, Ricky Gervais. I mean, this doesn't really mean a whole lot, right? I mean, I don't think there's really, I don't know why I'm not following him. And yeah, I don't know. She's following Satan. And so this is what she's saying. After years of silence, the truth. Jeffrey was innocent. I really? Like, he just a good boy? He didn't do nothing wrong? She has the money? Maybe. Trapped by powerful people who silenced him. I was his last confidant, and I have the evidence that they're still hiding. I'm not suicidal, just in case. You'll know the whole truth soon. They sacrificed children to Lucifer. It's an entire cult. Jeffrey got involved in their operation for financial reasons and to obtain Combraprat, but never participated in the rituals. This is information that can be used as collateral, right? Like, it's like a KGB term? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. And it was a long time ago, so I wasn't really sure. Blackmail. Okay, yeah. So, and Clive got frame mogged. Yeah, I hate to say I know that. But yeah, I saw that. Anyway, is it a comment that that said Epstein told people to destroy a food dehydrator? Is that it? And I should talk, I know. Innocent, by the way. Guys, I'm just not sure I believe this. Here's the reason why I don't believe it. Nobody in their right mind, well, nobody in their right mind would date Jeffrey Epstein. So maybe we're not dealing with a rational individual. But like in general, what is this here? I'll pull this one up and see it. Okay, here we go. So she could just be a simp. Huh. That's crazy. She cooked in the brain? Maybe. I mean, it could just be an obsessive girlfriend. I feel like there's not really a whole lot else to that. So, yeah. And Jeffrey's chilling with her right now, telling her to tweet that. Is that it? I mean, this was from 2018. She ate the brain? Yeah, maybe she did. I find it crazy how addictive jerky is for them. Talking about Jeffrey, I mean, like, I think jerky's really good too, but like, damn. Oh, man. I mean, this does... It looks pretty fucking suspicious, man. It says if he tries to silence me, he's suggesting that he's alive. I don't know about that. It could be somebody else that's trying to silence her who's controlling Jeffrey Epstein. So, I mean, logically, that's what I would guess. So anyway, I don't know if I believe this. I feel like this is the kind of stuff, it's kind of like the Fortnite account where it's really entertaining to talk about, and it's a funny little, you know, basically rabbit hole, but I don't really know if there's anything to it. There's not like a lot more like, oh, wow, like this is some kind of crazy, you know, smoking gun and she's going to come out there. X warns you that the account used a proxy or VPN when you click on a country of origin. Yeah, I saw that before. Jeff breaks up with Maxwell in the most elaborate way possible so he can get back with his ex. Yeah. And code. Yeah, I don't know about big brain moment. Maybe everyone says Epstein emails. Why don't we see any text messages? We did see text messages. It says sent from iPhone, some of these. Yeah, what do you mean? Like, yeah, some of these are text messages right now. Like, I don't know what you mean by that. And also, a lot of them probably use it through email. And the deep state's just a network of elites who hold all the cards and pull all the strings. I don't know, man. I can't stop thinking about the Epstein files. Bro. Again, this is... Imagine realizing the God Hand is real. Yeah. It's like you read Berserk or watch Berserk. It's like, damn, this shit's crazy. And then you're like, wait a minute, wait, what? What do you mean? What do you mean the eclipse happened in real life? What do you mean by that? Yeah, this is crazy. And aware it's real, right? Yeah. And I knew Griffith was in the files. Yes, exactly. And I don't even know what to say. They dissolved the bodies on the island. Wire transfer request for them. Oh, my God. And eclipse happens every day. Yeah, apparently. And 65-gallon... Guys, 6 55-gallon drums sulfuric acid with fuel and insurance charge. They are dissolving bodies. So, wait a minute.
Is she real? Oh, let's just get back together. We should have never broke up. You're telling me that my heart...
Kindness. What do you think of when you think of kindness? Good deeds, smile on your face, helping others, maybe even picture some positive presence in your life, like Mr. Rogers. Well, it's time you throw out everything you think you know about kindness. You see, Darman fam, real kindness is this face. Darman is so kind that he is even accepted a formal position at the NFL to be an officer of kindness. That's right, we can all rest a little easier knowing that Darman is the NFL's first chief kindness officer. Now obviously today is Super Bowl Sunday, and Darman's no doubt going to have his work cut out for him with a bunch of rowdy fans and a lot of tempers flaring based on what's happening in the big game with the pigskin. But I think Darman's up to the task of making sure everyone stays happy and kind. It's like Cupid, but instead of shooting arrows that make people fall in love, he shoots arrows that make people kind to one another. So you might see a Seahawks fan and a Patriots fan arguing, but Darman will come through, separate them, and say, wait! Why don't we all just get along? And then the two of them will exchange a handshake and maybe even offer each other some money. You see the news about Darman becoming NFL's chief kindness officer. I keep forgetting to look that up.
Give me some confidence,
I saw
Cadro. What
Darman
the fuck
has
are we...
been knighted by the NFL, I suppose, as the kindness
Veli has
officer.
300 Silas games in the offseason.
Let me see what that actually means.
3. Would you rather have $100 for yourself or $500 to give to your teammates?
$500 to give to my teammates.
Why'd you choose your teammates?
I think they deserve it more than me.
You want to go pass it out? All right, let's do it.
Nice. Spreading kindness, let's go.
You deserve it.
What's up, bro?
So what is, I was hoping this would be an explanation on what the fuck the chief kindness officer means. So he just does Mr. Beast style shorts? Now just to be clear, if he's giving away money to kids and organizations that need it on behalf of the NFL, that's fine. I don't really think you need to have a position, a label as the chief kindness officer. That feels very performative and odd. But if this is something Darman wanted to do in partnership with the NFL to just give back to like the community or, you know, charities, I obviously had no problem with that. I just think this whole like chief kindness officer push is very peculiar. Oh wow, this just came up. The Super Bowl's chief kindness officer had 5 felony charges. Wait, what? Darman has felony charges?
It's an invented honorary position the league made up this year to promote sportsmanship, empathy, and positivity both on and off the field. Essentially, the Chief Kindness Officer is here to make sure everyone are friends and have a good time. This year's Chief Kindness Officer is Darman. In 2010, he was accused by his business partner of running what he called a hydro-Ponzi scheme when Darman pulled out of We Grow, a hydroponics cannabis business. In 2012, he was charged with 13 felony counts for defrauding an Oakland City beautification program by submitting fraud. Here, I'm going to just put this on screen. By submitting fraudulent checks that made it appear as though he was paying contractors more than he actually was. The 13 charges were reduced to 5 and he pled no contest. In 2023, this is what I remember, actors employed by Darman Studios claim they had poor working conditions and unsustainable pay. Here's something from Darman on Facebook. Let me see. Maybe he explains it.
And I'm starting the Be Kind to Your Rival challenge, where you have to say something nice about someone who you haven't always seen eye to eye with. And for every person that participates, I'm going to be donating $10 to help kids at St. Jude. So I'm going to choose Mark Wahlberg because, Mark, ever since that day that you invited me to your house to have that crazy leg workout, I was not able to walk for like 2 weeks after that. I had to literally be carried up the stairs. But because I got to say something kind, I will say after that day, it helped me lock in. I've been taking ice baths. I've been in the gym.
You couldn't at least just choose someone that you actually... For your own challenge, you couldn't just choose someone that you actually have a disagreement with? How about the judges who charged you with felonies? Yeah, at the very least, just choose someone you just don't fucking like. That's like the whole point of this, right? Trying to make amends with people from your past that you don't always see eye to eye with. Why are you just choosing your friend who gave you a leg workout? No, Charles, you idiot. He has to humble brag he knows Mark Wahlberg. Ah, you're right. I didn't even stop to think about that. Imagine it was you he picked. I know I've yapped a lot about Roblox, but oh well. I'm gonna keep doing it. It's one of the biggest platforms on the planet that's used predominantly by children, and it has a huge glaring issue that every single human being with a functioning frontal lobe on the planet can recognize, except for the company itself. Predators. For years, there have been innumerable cases of pedophiles utilizing that platform to prey on children, and Roblox Corp itself just doesn't do enough. It's been a huge criticism shared by tons and tons of people. And the CEO, Dave Buzuki, is so out of touch that he always minimizes how big of a problem this is and instead will shift the focus to making Roblox a dating platform, which is so laughably tone deaf it would be comical if it wasn't so depraved and so degenerate. And that's not a joke. He is always talking and preaching the gospel about how he wants Roblox to be a dating platform, even in the midst of stories like what we're about to cover right now, with kidnapping. Children being kidnapped from people they met through Roblox. There have been so many cases of predators using Roblox and going unpunished by Roblox, by the way. Over the years, you may have noticed there's a reoccurring side character I talk about on my channel from time to time. Someone who is by all possible definitions a hero, a very, very important presence in this country. Unfortunately, the only time his name
So there's a trap door in Jeffrey Epstein's house that leads directly into the sea. This is real. By the way, all of this is real. So wouldn't hydrochloric be better for human? I don't know. I don't know how I don't know how to dissolve a human body. I mean, maybe both of them would work. I have no idea. But why would they do it for anything? I have no idea why. So for a secret submarine, I don't know about a secret submarine, guys. Yeah. Now we used the warehouse for the island, so that could have been. Hydrochloric acid isn't as strong? Yeah, I just don't know. And did he have sharks down there? Well, people originally thought that they threw the bodies in this hole and then they were eaten by, like animals like sharks or something like that, which I think that's a pretty good theory. But if they're dissolving, like, why do you need a 55-gallon, 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid? Like, I don't see what you would do with that. It just seems like it's unnecessary. Yeah, sharks with lasers, maybe, right? And for drugs, I don't know about that. And perfume. Oh, it's for perfume. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So, oh man, they're not Jews. They want to be Jews. Pizzagate gunman fatally shot by police during a traffic stop. Man. Oh. I kind of wonder, like, I wonder what's going to happen with this. Because this is what my opinion of what I think is going to happen. Nothing. I think that all of this crazy shit is going to come out. Everybody's talking about this. Everybody's getting into it.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to discuss some of the major breakthroughs when it comes to observing one of the biggest mysteries in the universe, the now famous dark matter, but specifically because of some of the more recent observations using the James Webb Space Telescope. And so here, based on the 2026 study, we now have a new understanding of this invisible scaffolding that seems to hold our universe together. But just so that we're clear, it's still kind of mysterious. We actually still have no idea exactly what it's made out of. The only thing we know for sure is that there seems to be something there, because otherwise it's impossible to explain these very specific observations we're going to be discussing today. And in some sense, the observations in this study can actually be kind of compared to, I guess, observing and measuring the wind by looking at how the trees move and sway in the forest. And so even though we don't really see the wind, we know it's there. And so here, thanks to some of the more recent observations, researchers have produced the most detailed and high-resolution map of the mysterious dark matter. And right now this is one of the best maps we seem to have. But to understand why this is important and what this tells us about the universe, let's I guess briefly take a look at what we already know. And so I guess let's briefly discuss the important facts about dark matter that you need to know to understand this discovery. And well, fact number one is that the ordinary matter, the stuff we're made out of, seems to be only about 1/6 of everything, or 1/6 of all matter in the universe. And the rest seems to be more or less invisible and does not seem to produce electromagnetic emissions. And so this elusive substance that doesn't emit, absorb, or reflect light is what scientists refer to as dark matter. But it's not completely invisible because it does produce gravitational effects, and because of this, its presence can be determined by observing gravitational lensing effects like the one you see right here. The fact that these galaxies are so warped and the fact that this produces such a powerful lens cannot be explained if it wasn't for dark matter. And so here it seems to produce an enormous gravitational pull. And this bizarre invisible glue is also important to explain the existence of many different galaxies and galactic clusters. And that's because without it, galaxies like the Milky Way or some of the clusters known to us would simply spin themselves apart just because things in them move really fast. And so overall, it seems to act as a kind of a gravitational backbone that shapes the formation of everything we see around us. And in some sense, it might resemble something like this, with each of those lights you see, those being galaxies and galactic clusters. But in this new study from January of 2026, an international team led by researchers from Durham University and the NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab revealed a new high-resolution map of dark matter in the region of the sky known as the Cosmos Field, also known as the Cosmic Evolution Survey Deep Field, representing individual stitched photographs initially taken by the Hubble Space Telescope between 2003 and 2005. In a nutshell, it kinda looks like this. This is a mosaic of 575 individual images. And this field, located in the situations.
It and
this Epstein thing, man, the more you lift up this rock, the more you see it's not just a few bugs that were crawling around under there. I mean, like, remember for a long time, who's on the list? Who isn't on the list? It's
Yep.
And what these new emails show is they all lied, all these people who were saying all these, we were never mad and we weren't there, didn't do anything. All lied. It's like Epstein Island is Hooters, and the and the entire power structure of the world is saying, yeah, I was just there for the wings.
Yep. They got great
Epstein
chicken.
Thing, man, the more you...
So maybe he's right. Yeah, I don't know. Or like, yeah, I'm reading Playboy for the articles. I don't even know what to say.
However, when President Trump speaks for the American people more generally, and he says, guys, don't we have better things to do? You can understand his irritation. The man is trying to negotiate an end to a war in the Gaza Strip. He's trying to negotiate an end to a war in Ukraine. He's attempting to revivify the American economy. He's attempting to crack down on illegal immigration. On a list of American priorities by the polls, the Epstein-Maxwell case comes in pretty close to zero, just on a list of priorities. However, when President Trump speaks for the American people more generally, and he says, guys, don't we have better things to do? You can understand his irritation. The man is trying...
Man, I really... So...
The gangs didn't just murder, rape, extort. They also worship Satan. The gangs didn't just murder, rape, extort. They also worship Satan. Straight up, literally. Many people don't know that our enemy was not just a flesh and blood, but spiritual as well. When we went to their homes to arrest them, we discovered altars they've been using for satanic rituals. This is well documented.
Man, there sure is a lot of this, huh? They don't worship Satan, they worship Baal. Oh, I don't know about that. I think it really depends. And there's like a whole dark pantheon, right? I mean, obviously. So it's not really that big of a surprise. And there's also, bro, you gotta really look at this. Why are you so evil? Most politicians are doing it for money. They're doing it for Israel. They're doing it for, you know, like a weird sexual deviant reason. They're doing it for, you know, fucking demons. And then you have Henry Kissinger and Dick Cheney in it for the love of the game. Bro, they said we are going to destabilize entire regions and get millions of people killed because that's why. Because I said so. Oh my fucking God. Dick Cheney killed the guy? I think he shot him in the face. I don't know if he killed him. And, man, I don't know how the fuck this happens. And Dick Cheney, before he dicks you? Yeah, apparently, right? Global control. Yeah, bro, like, because it'd be mad funny. In no blackmailing, no island, not even in the files. He just bombed brown people just for the love of the game. God damn. God damn, they're just letting them know, huh? Oh my fucking God. And okay, Peter Nygaard attempts to buy babies from women. As an atheistic person yourself, what do you think about some of the most rich, powerful, and educated people practicing in occult and mystical rituals? Well, I don't really think that there's a lot to it. I mean, if it would work, if the occult rituals worked, they wouldn't have gotten caught. So, like, obviously, I mean, if they've got the power of demons behind them, then how do they keep getting caught? You see what I'm saying? So, like, I really, it does work, then where are the demons at? I mean, really, where are they at then? No consequences, though? Yeah, but there's no consequences for all kinds of shit. Like, there's no consequences for this guy either. He didn't do anything. So, like, he didn't do any of the occult stuff, I mean. And I just don't really see the reason or what this is. And let me go back. I'll see if there's any more of this that are worth looking at. And this is apparently... This is German state TV?
Ist völlig unklar. Also hilft der möglicherweise jemandem? Ich weiß es nicht, aber...
Are you recording?
You want me to take it out?
Please.
The recording, yes.
Okay.
I didn't see that part.
All right. Good morning, Miss.
You want me to take it out?
Please.
The recording, yes.
Okay.
Are you recording?
You want me to take it out?
Please.
The recording, yes.
Okay.
I didn't see that part.
All right. Good morning, Miss Ibastieli.
Hi, good evening.
So you're telling me that you have a lawyer?
Yeah.
Who is your lawyer?
Attorney Rehan.
Who is it?
Rehan?
See if they filed it. Do you know if this person is going to show up today?
Yeah, he's there.
Okay. We're just going to do probable cause now. You now are charged with unlawful restraint. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do.
This is the first big reality check. When the judge reads out the charge and potential penalties, that's not theatrics. That's the legal foundation being laid. Probable cause doesn't mean guilt. It means the court believes there's enough evidence to keep the case moving forward. And notice the rights being read here. This is the moment where saying anything can quietly reshape the entire case. So here's the question. If you were in this seat, would you speak up or stay silent and wait for counsel?
Probable cause, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present during questions and interviews. If you cannot afford a lawyer will be appointed to represent you. We will do this now. And then after that, we will just have you wait right over there for your lawyer to come. Hopefully they will show up. Okay. Hi, Logan. Good morning.
On August 5th, 2024, officers were dispatched to a hostage event at a townhouse in Harris County, Texas. The reporting, who is the project manager of the townhouse complex, called 911. The reporting indicated that the defendant was wearing an all-black religious garment and had a face mask. She had locked one of his employees, the complaining witness, inside a townhouse against his will. The reporting advised the defendant was trying to evict a witness, or trying to get a witness to self-evict. She was trying to get the witness, who is her tenant in the townhouse, to self-evict by shutting down the power and water to the unit repeatedly. The complaining witness, who is the maintenance man for the townhouse complex, went to go check on the tenants to see if they were okay. The reportee indicated that the defendant locked the steel gate, which would not allow the complaining witness to leave. A key lock on the front and key lock on the back side. The tenant did not have the key to the back side of it.
This is where the case turns from uncomfortable to legally dangerous. Unlawful restraint doesn't require handcuffs. It only requires someone being intentionally prevented from leaving. Locked gates, no keys, extreme heat, and repeated pleas to be let go, that combination matters. Even confusion about how someone escaped doesn't erase the restraint itself. So ask yourself, does control become confinement the moment exit options disappear?
So if she locks the front, there's no way to pass through the gate.
Okay, so the unlawful restraint is out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Outside?
It's a gate, and then like the gate in the porch, on the porch, like a burglar gate.
Okay, so I'm assuming, here's the door, and then you have, I guess, what, like those black burglar bars
Yes,
that they say.
yes, Your Honor.
So he couldn't get into the house?
He couldn't get out of the house.
And he couldn't
She
get
locked
out?
him in the house without electricity or air conditioning.
And no back door to get out? No window? I don't understand.
We're getting there, Your Honor. When officers arrived, they spoke with the complaining witness, who said that he escaped 5 minutes prior, and the defendant and the witness were still inside the home. The complaining witness reported the house was really hot because the air conditioning wasn't on. Complaining witness stated the back patio door was also locked, and the defendant had locked him in. Defendant had made a motion at the time to her purse, which the complaining witness believed, or which made the complaining witness believe that she had a gun. The witness corroborated the complaining witness's story. And
I don't understand how this person cannot just unlock the door and leave from.
It was locked. It's so the doors, instead of having a push button on one end and then a key lock on both sides, on the other side, it's a key lock on both sides.
On both sides?
That's the doors, Your Honor, which the maintenance man, the complaining witness, indicated was a violation of the fire code.
But that's neither here nor there, but doesn't this person have a master key? Or I guess this is a residence, right?
He doesn't have a master key, Your Honor. He's the maintenance man for like the condo association. So he maintains the condo. Each of the units has its own keys.
How long was allegedly stuck in the house and how did he get out? This is unusual. And why? Was there did this, well, I guess.
He was attempting to turn the power and water back on in the unit. because she has been repeatedly turning off the power from tenants who live there. He told her repeatedly that he wanted to leave.
So presumably she's outside at this time?
She's in there with him, Your Honor. She asked him to sit down on a chair. There's a video that shows complainant asking defendant to let him go multiple times, and with her telling the complainant to shut up. I don't have the means by which he had left the apartment, Your Honor. I just know that he got out at some point. In fact, he got out 5 minutes before the officers arrived.
So he was able to leave 5 minutes before the officers arrived?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did she let him go?
So it says, for the OR, at least the duration of time, I know that was asked, was an hour and 20 minutes. I'm gonna see how he left. I'm trying to read through the OR to supplement your questions, Judge.
I'd like, I don't know if I'm ready to rule yet. Ms. Vasili, are you sure that you're going to have a lawyer here today? Because I'd like to hear your side.
Yeah.
Um,
Attorney Rehan here.
I don't want to rule just yet, but I'd like to hear your side. If there's,
I'd like to decide.
This ruling is quieter than a verdict, but just as important. The judge finds probable cause while still leaving the door open for future challenges. No contact orders and weapons restrictions aren't punishments, they're safeguards while the case unfolds. And that warning about playing games, that's courtroom language for "don't test me." So here's the final thought. Is this restraint from the court or a chance to keep things from getting much worse?
I'd like to wait on my lawyer.
well, right, I'm right. And I'm not asking you to say anything now. When that person gets here, then you talk with them and then we can
Yeah, sure.
address
Yes, sir.
PC at that
Yes, Your
point.
Honor.
So do you mind just taking a seat for me and then just giving us a heads up when your lawyer comes? Miss Agbasieli, come up, ma'am.
I explained to her the no contact there.
Okay, great. Okay. For now, I am going to find that there's probable cause to go forward. If something develops in the future, I have told that you guys can come back and we can argue about probable cause. The only thing I'm going to ask you is please do not have contact with the complaining witness in this case and don't be in possession of any weapons. As long as you can abide by these and you do not pick up any new cases, you will be fine with us. Because you have a lawyer, I will waive your appearance. You don't have to waste your time coming to court, but please stay in contact. If he tells me he can't get a hold of you because you're playing games, I will issue a warrant, okay? Do you have any questions? Okay, so just no contact, no weapons, and that's it, okay?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Just to go back to the body cam issue itself, right? The body cam issue itself, like say if I were to file a motion to restore property or return property, it's been tagged, so I don't know how we're gonna.
I mean, I don't think that you would have any opposition to that, would you?
I do. At this juncture, I think Pavel said the body cam, like to retrieve her body cameras from HPD evidence.
For the motion to restore, Judge, I just need to talk to the investigator and see if we're retrieving it anyways.
If you're what?
If we're gonna retrieve that footage to make it available, I think we're already in the process of doing that. That's the only thing that's holding me back. But right now, I'm objecting because of, it's a part of a pending investigation. At this point, I just need to confirm it with the investigator.
Do you want to set it a couple weeks just to see if that happens?
Yeah, I mean, I really just need a week, but yeah, a couple weeks.
Are we judged because, like I said,
I'm waiving her appearance.
Oh, absolutely.
So, I mean, she's not gonna have to come here, so
2 weeks will suffice, Judge.
whatever you want, I don't care. Yeah, because you guys fight over whatever day, and then, I mean, if you want to, I'll grant your motion to get it back, though.
Yes, sir.
If they're not gonna get it back first, so.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Have a week.
You don't even smoke cigarettes.
Oh, hell no.
You'll get there.
Oh, I hope so. You know,
No doubt about it.
at
You
one,
don't smoke cigarettes to get there. Well, I take that back. My grandma didn't smoke neither, but he did. Good case you can know.
I know people who smoke packs of unfiltered cigarettes, they live to 90. You know? That's not much. You know, I wanted to let you know that I'm bringing you out here because I feel really bad. But you've done nothing to help yourself. But smoke weed, you're driving without a license, and you continue to violate conditions of this court. You didn't show up like a week or two ago, you know? So it's one thing after the other. We are trying to do everything in our power to get through to you to try to better yourself and to get to, we truly want the best for you. But at this point in time, you're your own worst enemy. You're doing nothing for us to also help you out. If I let you go now, that's enabling you, telling you it's okay for you to continue to conduct and act like you're doing. Ms. Capetillo, it is not. Me, if I let you out now, it's enabling you, and I refuse to do that. I want you to understand that we mean business. And this is what happens when you don't follow conditions. We mean business. No catch and release here. Good. We'll see you in a couple days, and I really truly hope that you now will appreciate this. Okay, I'm not letting you out. What I want you to understand is that if I let you out, you will get the understanding that it's okay for you to continue to do what you're doing, and it's not. One more thing. I'm not going to let you plead guilty just to get out. You pleading guilty to a theft case will be the absolute worst thing you can do because you will become unemployable. No one will hire you. You will be unable to get an apartment, a loan for anything, to get a car, a house, apartment. You want funding for financial aid for schooling for this, not with a theft conviction. But I want you to understand that we mean business. And I hope that this is the length that we have to go to. All right? Okay, thank you. Whoa, hold on. I need to decide one more thing. The most important thing in this life, do not drive without a license and liability insurance. You will be signing an affidavit with me right now. This is a promise you're making to me not to drive. And if you do, I can have a contempt hearing and you can be facing up to 180 days in jail and a $500 fine every time you drive. If you get into a car and you get into an accident and you don't have insurance, you've completely messed with everyone. And I know you don't have money. But if you get into an accident with someone who's got like a BMW Jaguar, or even whatever it may be, they're out a ton of money and it's not fair. All I'm trying to do is what's fair. All right, come on up here. We'll have you swear to this and then we'll let you go. Good morning, Mr. Alexander. So you're charged with terroristic threat. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you.
2024, officers were dispatched to 11910 Chetman Drive in Harris County, Texas. The complainant, the mother of the defendant, told the officers that her 11-year-old son, the second complainant, was riding his bike down the street when he passed the defendant. Complainant 2 and the defendant know each other. When they passed, the defendant began insulting the son, and the defendant pulled what appeared to be a tan handgun from his waistband and pointed at the second complainant while making remarks about shooting him. After the second complainant told his family about what happened, they went to look for the defendant and confronted him. The defendant reached into his waistband again, but the complainant's family was able to wrestle the gun away, which turned out to be a BB gun. The officers noted that the BB gun appeared to be very similar to a real gun in appearance.
Mr. Alexander, are you here with anyone today? Sure. Who are you here with? My mom. Go grab her, please. Go grab your mom.
Your mom? Yeah. Come on up.
Come on up, Mom.
Good morning.
Hi. Thank you so much for coming.
No problem.
Did you hear everything that happened?
Some of it, I couldn't hear all of it.
Let's hear it again. Okay, do you mind, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks.
On September 23rd, officers were dispatched to 11910 Chetman Drive in Harris County, Texas. The complainant, the mother of the 13-year-old boy, told the officers that her son was riding down the street riding his bike when the son passed the defendant. The complainant and the defendant know each other, and when they passed, the defendant began insulting the son, and the defendant pulled what appeared to be a tan handgun from his waistband and pointed it at the complainant while making remarks about shooting him. After the complainant told his family about what happened, they went to look for the defendant and confronted him. The defendant reached into the waistband again, but the complainant's family was able to wrestle away the gun, which turned out to be a BB gun. The officers noted the BB gun appeared to be very similar to a real gun in appearance.
It's lucky he's not charged with aggravated assault. You know, they could charge you with a very serious offense where you're looking at serious time in prison. You're lucky they didn't, Mr. Alexander. How old are you, sir? You're 18. What do you do with yourself these days? Spit the gum out, man.
You chewing gum?
Your attitude toward me right now, Mr. Alexander, it really, really sucks. You have an air of arrogance on you. Either that or... Has he been with you all morning?
I'm sorry?
Has he been with you all morning?
Yes, yes.
If I drug test you right now, what's going to show up, Mr. Alexander? What's going to show up? I'm sending him for a drug and alcohol test right now. I'd like to know what, if anything, is in his system. We have to. I don't even know what to say, but all I know.
I mean, you brought me up here, so do I have permission to speak?
Absolutely.
Okay, so respectfully, I would submit that these are the alleged charges. There is extenuating circumstances, and the report from the complainant is actually not accurate. That family has actually made verbal and written threats to my son, and we have proof of that. So while I understand that these sound quite egregious, it is not the whole story.
I understand. And I know that there's always two sides to a story. I get it. And you will have the opportunity. But within the first 5 minutes that I've met him, his behavior towards me, his demeanor, the way he looks, just.
That's anxiety. He's standing in a courtroom. He's standing in the courtroom for the first time. And he doesn't have his attorney. He doesn't have an attorney yet. And this is a process that's foreign to him. So what I would, implore from you is don't take his demeanor as disrespect. He is anxious. He's been anxious all morning. He has been with me all morning, and he doesn't really know what to say. So I understand that you're getting a first impression from him, but he is still a very young adult, and this is his first experience in a courtroom.
Right. I agree with you. Mr. Alexander, what you need to understand is that you're 18. You've got this bag of money on your neck, and this life is but a very, very short. Look at me. Look at me. This life is a very short one, and it can be a very happy life, or it can be a rotten, miserable existence of a life. What you do now will dictate the next 40 to 50 years of your life. You work hard now at 18 to 20 to 30 to maybe 40, so that you're not working like a dog when you're 70 to 80, and you can actually have a life and retire. This, by picking up criminal cases at 18, you're moving backwards. How far did you even make it in high school?
He's uncomfortable talking to me, asking me to answer.
I want you to answer. I want to get to know you, Mr. Alexander. I want to know what's your. Sorry?
Said 11th grade, Your
He said
Honor.
11th grade.
You need an education, Mr. Alexander. If you're going to do anything in this life, you need an education.
I got bioeducation.
I want to do everything I can to help you out. Okay, I really do. If he's smoking weed, it stops today. Okay, I'm going to drug test him right now because I want to know what, if anything, is in his system. If he tests positive, then I'm going to test him again in 40 days, give or take. The marijuana stops now. And I want him to get back in school. He either needs to be in school full-time or get a full-time job so that he's not running in the streets. Mr. Alexander, I am also making it a condition of your bond that you're not allowed to have any kind of weapons whatsoever for any reason. I can give you a lawyer to try to help you out as much as I can, and I will waive all your fees so you won't be responsible for any cost for anything.
Thank you.
All I want is him to be as productive and as good of a person as he can be. And starting out with criminal cases at 18 and to where he can't even talk to me, we need to change that.
I just make a comment about the bond conditions.
Sure, of course.
I've done I called the complainant's mother in this case a few days ago and kind of spoke to her about what happened. And I learned that there is a history between this family and the defendant. Back in the summer, this defendant stole a gun out of the complainant's house. He asked to enter the house under the guise that his mother had kicked him out, went into one of the complainant's uncle's bedrooms and stole a gun. He FaceTimed the complainant's uncle a few days later, flashing the gun, telling them that he was going to come hit up the house while flashing the gun at him. They used to walk to the same bus stop. They used to come out of the same bus stop, the complainant and this defendant. The complainant is terrified of the defendant. We've asked for no contact. We've also asked for GPS monitoring because of that. They don't attend the same school, but they were I guess they were stopping at the same bus stop. Now the complainant asks that his uncle walks into the school bus every day because he is so scared of the defendant. And as I think is mentioned in the PC statement, the complainant in this case is 13 years old.
Was there a police report filed for that incident?
There was. I have the incident number.
For that one you're referring to about the gun?
Yes, where the gun was stolen.
What happened? They didn't follow it up. They didn't call the police. They didn't, theft of a firearm is a very serious felony.
According to the complainant's mother, they filed a report. She provided me with an incident number.
How long ago was this?
This was she said July. It was in July. I can attempt to follow up with the responding agency. I'm not sure if it was the sheriff's office or not, but I mean, either way, there is like a history between these two families. And the complainant and his mother are both in fear of the defendant.
So, Mr. Alexander.
I would again submit that this family lives around the corner from us. We have never been approached. He lives at home with me. In July, we actually were in Panama for his 18th birthday. We weren't even home. There was never a time he was kicked out of my house.
Were you out in Panama the entire month?
We were out in Panama from July 10th until the beginning of August, yes. So
Well, that's not the entire month.
well, most of the month, excuse me. And in addition to that, no one has come to investigate anything at my house.
Okay, so, Mr. Alexander, I'm issuing a protective order over this child, this other kid. You're not allowed to have contact with this person or go within 200 feet of where they live or where they work. Do you understand, sir? You're not allowed to be in possession of weapons. You're not allowed to have any kind of threatening or harassing behavior with this child. If they call back and they say that you have harassed them, then I will revoke the bond and I'm going to put you in jail. And I'm going to tell you now, I will not give you any more PR bonds. So all I'm asking you to do is stay away. No one is finding you guilty now. We're just asking that you guys separate and don't have any contact. That's it. I am going to put an ankle monitor so I know that you're not going anywhere near their house. But like I said, I'll cover the cost of anything, so it won't cost you guys anything. You must charge this thing on a daily basis, Mr. Alexander. If you don't charge it, the battery goes dead, then we will file a motion to revoke. Not a motion to revoke, but I'll revoke the bond. So as it stands now, what we'll do is I will send you now for a drug test. We're going to have you come back. I want to know what, if anything, is in it. And then I will provide you between now and then a lawyer, and we'll go from there. Do you have any other questions?
that family is in possession of my bicycle, not his, it's mine. They actually stole that from him. You know, I would like my bike back.
There's proper channels to do it. I don't know how, but as it stands now, he can't go over there, can't have any contact with them
That's fine.
whatsoever. You know, and I would venture to guess that if you go over there as well, it's probably gonna be even more bad blood. So
No, I don't have any.
perhaps you can find someone else, like another intermediary that can go over there and try to get a bike back. But at this point, just don't have any contact with them. And when you come back, then we'll have you speak to someone. Okay? All right. I'm gonna have you sign a go ahead.
Today.
Correct. Yes. Mr. Alexander, I want you to either get a job or get into school full time. But when you have too much time on your hands, you become self-destructive. Your brain craves activity. It needs activity. And when you don't challenge yourself with either school or a job or anything, then bad things are they're just gonna come and happen. You have to occupy your life. You have to do something. Where we're headed now, you're going the opposite way of how you should be doing things. This is not a good way to start at 18. All right, please. Can you file a protective order? Who do we have here, Greg?
This is Mr. Zenon, Your Honor.
Visit PC, Your Honor. I have some questions.
Oh, you picked up a new case.
What happens when a defendant with 10 prior cases walks into a courtroom facing yet another charge? Today, we're diving into one of the most explosive courtroom battles you'll ever witness, where a defense attorney goes head-to-head with prosecutors over what might be the vaguest law in Texas. We got a defendant named Zenon who's been through the system more times than a revolving door, a judge who's clearly at his wit's end, and a defense attorney who's about to challenge the very constitutionality of the interference statute. By the end of this video, you'll witness a shocking turn of events that even has the prosecutor admitting defeat. Buckle up, because this isn't just any courtroom drama. This is about to get real.
I'm sorry, I'm just getting wind of this now. I didn't realize this. He just picked this up.
My client or the person?
Yeah, him. Picked up an interference 2 days ago.
That's what I'd like to revisit.
Yeah, of course. So you were on felony probation for a very serious case, evading arrest in a motor vehicle, which carries up to 10 years in prison. Now you've picked up a new case. Greg, I got to tell you that I don't know how much you know, but I have quite a bit of history with Mr. Zenon here. In fact, within the last 2.5 years, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now he's on his 10th case.
Hold up. Did the judge just count 10 cases in 2.5 years? Let's break this down for you. We're talking about 4 unlawful weapon charges, felony marijuana possession, and even assault of a pregnant person. And here's the kicker. All those cases were dismissed. But now he's on felony probation, facing up to 10 years in prison. And he just caught another case. This is what we call a pattern. Folks, the judge's frustration is palpable. And honestly, can you blame him? What's fascinating here is a legal chess match that's about to unfold. The defense attorney knows his client history is working against him, but he's about to pull a brilliant legal maneuver that could change everything. Keep watching, because the real fireworks are about to start.
Specifically, an unlawful carrying of a weapon, another unlawful carrying of a weapon, another unlawful carrying of a weapon, another unlawful carrying of a weapon, a felony possession of marijuana, felony assault of a pregnant person. And I guess all that worked into a deal where he got on probation for an evading, and now we have.
Right, but all those cases were dismissed, correct, Your Honor? Okay.
Pursuant to the, I guess.
I understand.
That we literally had one after the other, like a rung on a step ladder, one after the other. So let's do probable cause.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you. I just wanted to give you a heads up of how much history we have with Mr. Zenon, because it's a lot.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
Sure.
But be that as it may,
I'm not going to hold, I've never will hold anything against him. So let's go.
On December 3rd, 2024, officers were dispatched to the HEB located at 4955 State Highway 6 regarding a disturbance in progress. Officers received 4 calls, all from witnesses who stated the defendant was arguing with and assaulting a female. While en route to the location, officers observed the couple at the intersection about 0.1 miles away from the HEB where the original call was
Observed what?
located. They saw the couple at the intersection.
Okay, they saw. Okay.
Yes, Judge. The defendant was uncooperative with officers. The defendant advised he and the complainant were involved in a verbal altercation and stated he threatened her, saying he would slap her. When officers advised the defendant that he was in custody for an outstanding warrant, he got upset and began to yell. Officers located a clear plastic bag containing 3.6 grams of marijuana. The defendant refused to comply with officers' commands to sit down and would not place his legs and feet inside the vehicle. The defendant pushed back against the officer's hand with his chest when he attempted to help him into the vehicle, pushed his legs straight and applied force toward officer's hand in an attempt to stop him from placing his legs inside the vehicle, and then used the bottom of his foot against the bottom of the door frame to further resist. The defendant refused to speak with officers and would not cooperate with the investigation. All witnesses on scene heard the defendant threaten to hit CW, and another witness stated she observed the defendant push the complainant in the chest and face with 2 open hands. He does have an active felony warrant from the Fort Bend County Sheriff's Office for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
But he has an open ag assault somewhere else too?
In Fort Bend County, Judge.
my understanding is it's an
And it was
older
open
case.
warrant at that time?
Yes, Judge.
May I respond to all this, Your Honor?
Sure, please.
Where's the interference? Okay.
Well, they're putting him in a car and he's like going plank.
It's not interference with public duties. If they're sitting there saying they have a marijuana charge they could have done, is it a resisting? Maybe,
So,
but it's not an interference with the public duties. They said he didn't talk. He doesn't have to talk to them. And they're
I understand
and
that.
they're a 0.1 mile away from the location.
So-
For what?
Well, okay, I get that, but so we have what we have. We've got a disturbance at HEB. Cops go there.
Okay.
They start to talk to him, and I guess at that point says, "Hey, man, I'm going to slap her." So at that point, I mean, that's what we have,
Okay.
right, Mr. Zenon? There's always 2 sides to the story. I get it. This is just probable cause. It doesn't mean that you're guilty of this offense. It's just probable cause. That, in and of itself, is it enough to continue an investigation? And it is, because it's a potential terroristic threat, right? So they have enough to go forward to investigate. They start investigating, and then they find that you have a felony open warrant. And then they find there was something else was there another warrant that you said?
No, it's the aggravated assault, but Judge, I also would like to point out that
But they end up putting him in the car. And at that point, he basically just goes plank like this for them being unable to effectuate an arrest.
And Judge,
Don't think that's an interference?
I don't. I mean, I think the intent of the law within itself is that if you're interfering with their investigation for something else. He did not interfere with anything.
Hold on, let's read the code. Let's read it, because, I mean, there's no better way. Let's read it.
Hold on.
I'll give you,
This is where it gets juicy. The defense attorney just pulled the ultimate power move, challenging the very language of the law itself. He's arguing that interference with public duties doesn't apply here, and he's forcing everyone to actually read the statute. This is brilliant legal strategy. Instead of just accepting the charge, he's dissecting it word by word. Notice how even the judge seems intrigued? This is what separates good lawyers from great ones, knowing when to challenge the fundamentals. The prosecution mentioned they could have charged him with assault on a peace officer or other charges, but they didn't. Why? because they went with what they thought was the easiest charge to prove. But here's the thing about vague laws. They cut both ways. What do you think? Is refusing to get in a police car interference? Or is it resisting? Drop your thoughts in the comments, because this distinction could literally mean the difference between conviction and acquittal.
All right, hold on. Let's pull up the code.
Intake could have taken some other things, but.
Well, certainly they could have
Okay.
taken a whole myriad of, I mean, you're lucky they didn't charge you with assault of a peace officer. There's a whole host of other charges that they could have put on, you know?
But they didn't
hit.
They took the one that I do not believe applies here.
Let's read the code.
Okay.
Let's see what the code says, because you know there's multiple ways that a charge can, you know, that you can charge someone with facts, right? There's multiple ways that can it's 3815.
That's okay, don't worry.
You're right. It could have been like a resisting, you know, but okay, you ready? A person commits an offense if the person with criminal negligence interrupts, disrupts, impedes, or otherwise interferes with, number one, a peace officer while the peace officer is performing a duty or exercising authority imposed or granted by law. Two, a person who is employed to provide emergency medical services, a firefighter. Number three, for an animal under supervision. Now, so I guess it's a person, it interrupts, disrupts, impedes, or otherwise interferes with, number one, a peace officer while the peace officer is performing a duty or exercising authority imposed or granted by law.
That is the vaguest thing I've ever heard in my life. I mean, come on.
It is. I agree
Okay,
with
so the cop can claim anything is interfering with public duties. I mean, constitutionally, that is the vaguest thing I've ever heard of.
Judge, that's the statute, that's the penal code.
You'll find no argument with me, right? It is pretty vague.
Yeah.
It is.
Wow. Did the defense attorney just get the judge to agree that the law is unconstitutionally vague? This is absolutely unprecedented. Listen to what just happened here. The defense attorney read the actual statute and called it the vaguest thing he's ever heard. And the judge literally said, "You'll find no argument with me." This is a massive moment in criminal law. Think about it. This statute could theoretically make any interaction with police a crime. Don't want to answer questions? Interference. Take too long getting in the car? Interference. The defense attorney is absolutely right. This gives officers way too much discretion. But here's the real question. Even if the law is vague, will the judge have the courage to throw out the charge? Or will he punt it to a higher court? The stakes just got way higher because now we're not just talking about one case. We're talking about potentially overturning how this law is applied across the entire state.
He's got bigger issues. I mean, they should have taken the other charges, my whole point. I mean,
But he's disrupting the officer while he's trying to discharge a duty, right? The officer's trying to arrest him and put him in the car, and he's not letting him do it.
I mean, that's assuming they even had the right to do that. I mean, he's 0.1
It's an
miles
open
away.
felony warrant.
They didn't even know about the warrant. They didn't know about the warrant till after. So, I mean, that comes after all of this.
They're saying, go ahead. I didn't even give you a chance to talk.
No, you're okay,
Please.
Judge. They were investigating the assault, Judge, is what or the threat that he admitted to making. So it was an active investigation, and then when they were detaining him, he was resisting arrest, is what it seems like. And that's why it was charged with interference with public servant.
And there were also 4 911 calls that were made about this couple arguing. I mean, that's what they were investigating.
And the witnesses all
They
described.
put him,
the
I guess, did they put him under arrest at the time when he said that he was making that threat?
And with being.
I mean, did they
0.11.
have the authority to arrest at that time? Right?
So I think it was during their investigation, the defendant admitted to threatening, that he would slap the Miss Clark.
And it's at that point they start to put him under arrest?
At that point, they ran him through the NCIC and they found that there was an active warrant, and then they informed him that he was in custody.
Okay, then that's a resisting from what they're using to say he's pushing back or
But
pushing.
remember,
That's
I
a
mean,
resist.
it-
That's not
it
interference
could
with
be-
public duties.
But it could be that a set of facts can be multiple charges, right? So it could be resisting, but it could also theoretically be interfering with what he's trying to effectuate with, which is an arrest. It's a duty that he's performing. He's performing the duty of an arrest.
But again, it's vague. It's if the officer didn't put in the report, he's not saying in the dim summary, you are under arrest.
Well, I mean, it's
okay. Well, I mean, but so
I mean, we don't know. I mean,
okay. I'm just saying.
Well, if he says he's under arrest, but I mean, damn, it's all but clear.
I mean, this is.
We also don't have the offense report yet,
I
Judge.
don't care. I mean, but I think that there's enough. He's under. He places him in custody, right? He's going to arrest him. Starts putting him in the car, and dude goes plank.
I know, but I don't have the video.
I've
mean, I
shared the
think that-
videos with.
Remember,
You're right. I haven't had a chance.
guys, this is a very low burden. This is probable cause. This is not beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt is a different standard. This is just to see if there's enough to go forward. And according to this, you are disrupting, allegedly, you're impeding, and you're otherwise interfering with him trying to arrest you and putting you in the car. A person can interfere with duties in multiple ways. It's not just one way. Like you go over there and someone else tries to stop an arrest from happening. I don't know. I think that there's enough.
Whisper to me because I want to know what you're about to say.
And if you want time, you guys can go back and talk.
Okay. Well, I got to say.
3 times to search me.
Can I have a moment to look at the video? He's telling me a whole separate fact pattern.
But I need to give them time to be able to look at it too. I mean, it's noon. Why don't we do this? Why don't we roll it to Monday and we can, I'll find it now. We can reapproach Monday morning or tomorrow even. And if you find, if you find a completely set of different facts than to what they're saying on video, I'm all ears. I'm always all ears. I'm always willing to rehear probable cause at any time. I mean, it's not the be all end all. But for now, what they're telling me, if it in fact is the case, there's enough for probable cause to go forward. Is there enough beyond a reasonable doubt? I don't know. But be that as it may, okay, it looks like they didn't give him a PR bond on this.
Okay.
The bond right now is set at $2,500.
Okay.
Your bond upstairs is set at $5,000. Tell me about that Fort Bend case. Is it old? Is it new?
Let me check, Judge.
I think it's 2023.
Is it? I don't know. I mean, because looks like you got on probation in October of this year. When you're on probation, dude, on felony probation, you have a freaking halo over your head. You know, you got to be as good as you can. You're facing a lot of time in prison. Have you been to prison before?
Sir. No, sir.
It's not a fun place, you know, and I don't know what we need to do to get your attention, man. In life, if you're with a person that brings the worst out in you, then don't be with that person. There's a gajillion and one fish in the sea, but how can a person get you so wrapped around your finger to make you, you know, just go. It's like a cancer. When you have cancer, if you don't cut it out, it kills you. This is killing you.
This judge just dropped some real wisdom. And honestly, this might be the most important part of the entire hearing. He's not just talking about legal consequences. He's talking about life choices. If you're with a person that brings out the worst in you, don't be with that person. That's not legal advice. That's life advice. And look at the pattern here. Multiple domestic incidents, threats, confrontations. The judge sees what we all see. This is a toxic relationship that's literally sending this man to prison. He's on felony probation facing 10 years, and he's still getting into trouble with the same person. The cancer analogy? Brutal but accurate. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is walk away from someone, but when the alternative is spending a decade behind bars, maybe it's time to listen. What do you think? Is a judge overstepping by giving life advice, or is this exactly what defendants need to hear?
I can contact Fort Bend judge and get more information.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's neither here nor there. I'll do whatever you want to do. You want to set tomorrow, Monday? What in?
I'll watch it today and come back tomorrow if you want.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, surely. Do you have it?
We have the camera, the body cam.
I just shared.
Okay,
it.
so
They shared it. They just shared it with me.
Yep.
let's roll it to tomorrow. You guys take a look at the video as well. Be prepared, and then we can reconvene tomorrow. For purposes of now, I'll find probable cause, and then we can regroup again tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Mrs. Zenon. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. I'm here. I'm back on Mr. Zenon from yesterday.
Okay. Morgan, I don't, is this yours? Remember, we're back on Xenon, or?
Probably gonna agree to disagree here. But I would like for you to watch like the 2 minutes of the video that I think.
So Judge, I also, because you had this question yesterday, I called Fort Bend and they confirmed it. The Fort Bend County aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, it's just sealed, and that's why I didn't pop up.
It's just what?
It's sealed at the moment.
Sealed. Is it a new case? Is it an
It
old
was
case?
just filed in November, Judge.
Wow.
But the offense date was in March.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. It was the offense date was March of 24.
Yes.
So it was allegedly committed prior to, now nevertheless, it's still a warrant.
It was,
But how on earth has it never been?
it's because, so they'll unseal it whenever an arrest happens, Judge. The case was filed, but he had 2 other charges in this county, even that he caught even after that one.
I'm so confused. You know that there's a, Fort Bend knows that there's a felony warrant, a dangerous felony warrant, and they failed to execute that warrant over and over. He's been on probation. He's been meeting with his.
Stating in here that he's got on 2 years probation for, and then had also a UCW here that he caught after that. And another assault of a pregnant person that he caught here after that, and then another UCW that he caught here after that. So he had just a string of cases, and I mean, the list goes on. But there was just a string of cases that he caught even after that. So I guess they just never, I don't know.
I will tell you the shenanigans from my experience that Fort Bend does. So if they think they're going to TDC, I have seen them let them go to TDC, wait till they even make parole or discharge or finish that sentence, right? And then they're out and they go, oh, now we're going to file you. And then parole goes, oh, now we're going to revoke your parole. Those are the shenanigans that I've seen.
Judge,
and this has been going on for years out there, like prior administration continuing.
But I mean, I guess ultimately, at the end of the day, even if that happens, like, let's just say the parole board's gonna look and see that it was like extremely old, right? Correct.
If he pays.
On video, guys, like I watched it. I'm not crazy. Like this, it's on video.
Sorry to keep you
Let's
waiting.
talk to judge about it.
Okay. You're still upset?
Yes, watch the video and I'm even more upset, Judge.
So Judge, we just want to address some of the questions that defense and you had yesterday. Defense was saying that he felt that interference statute was overbroad. We found case law saying that it's, or vague, that it's unconstitutionally vague. We found case law saying that it's not unconstitutionally vague. It's from DeContal versus State. I've tendered it to defense. Can I approach
Sure,
judge?
of course. I gotta imagine that if it was unconstitutionally vague, someone would have challenged it and it would have,
Well, maybe I haven't had my case yet.
Okay.
and, I'm happy for you to make new law, always.
Judge, did I hand you DeContal versus State? I did, just.
The Canto.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's out of Court 8 in Harris County. So why are you saying that there's no PC in this case?
Is there PC for something else? Yes. Is there for the interference with public duties? No. I mean, because it's on video, it didn't happen, Judge. So they get calls for an assault, a disturbance, whatever.
You're telling me the fact that they're saying he goes plank in the car while
He doesn't.
being arrested
He
doesn't
does
happen?
not go plank. It's on video, Judge.
Would they say he uses his, I guess he uses
He's
his.
in handcuffs.
The officer has to place his hand on the chest of the defendant to get the defendant to sit back in the car. He also has to grab his legs and push them back into the car. We also watch the video.
We watched the video and we have a timestamp, Judge.
Could it be that okay, so I know that a lot of times when they're putting a defendant into the car, they need help, right? They're unable to do it by themselves, or is he actively resisting getting into the car?
He tried exiting the vehicle, Judge. And
No,
that's why they had to push him back into it.
He leans forward. He's yelling at his mom, record, called. The third time they have taken him out. This is 3 times. They put him in the car and they take him out so they can search him. The cop is sitting there going, oh, well, search him again. We can search him 20 times. If you feel you need to search him 20 times, search him 20 times for your safety. The cop doesn't even know what he's charging him with. DA hasn't been caught. The cop's sitting there going, we're getting you for resisting transport. Resisting transport. That is what the cop thinks he's taking of it. DA, Officer Singh, it's a 27-minute video. Okay? At no point is the DA's office called to this point. Okay? That happens after. Fine. For an assault, they can argue. I can argue case law. Ford v. State, specific articulable facts of crime may have occurred. Fine. They are there on an assault. Okay? They didn't take an assault. So then they detain him, right? They find that he has the warrant. So, okay, you're taking him in on the warrant. Fine.
Judge, it's common for officers to conduct an investigation before they call intake. That's not an abnormal
Yeah,
thing.
I mean, that's neither here nor there, but the question is he impeding the arrest or the function of arrest? Because I guess that you guys are basing the interference on the fact that he's not allowing him that, what's his name again?
Xenon, Your Honor.
Mr. Xenon is not allowing the officer to arrest him by putting him in the car.
Respectfully, Judge, the officer doesn't even have to be arresting him. They just have to be looking into any legitimate matter. And then he's interfering with that. And I will say, if he'd already been in the car 3 times, like defense pointed out, I would think he wouldn't need help getting in. So to us, it appears as though he's trying to push out. The officer has to put his hand on his chest to push him back into the car and then take his legs and place them into the car.
He was cooperative the whole time. He's on his mom. If anyone's aggressive, it's the cop from the beginning.
Judge, the
And
cop-
I asked at the court's discretion, watch the video. You only need to watch like 2 minutes, the 13 to 15 minute mark, Your Honor. I mean, that's all you really need to watch on this.
The moment of truth has arrived. After all the legal arguments, all the back and forth. It comes down to 2 minutes of body camera footage. The defense attorney is so confident that he's telling the judge to only watch 2 specific minutes. That's a bold move. The prosecution says the defendant tried to exit the vehicle and had to be pushed back in. The defense says he was cooperative and the officers were aggressive. Someone is about to be proven wrong, and careers could be on the line here. What's fascinating is that the defense attorney mentioned the officers searched the defendant 3 times. Why 3 times? That's unusual and could indicate the officers were fishing for charges. And here's the bombshell. The defense says the officer himself didn't even know what to charge him with and said resisting transport on camera, not interference. If that's true, this case is about to blow up spectacularly.
Watch or no?
We can watch the video, Judge.
Cue it up. Let's watch. Can you put it on the screen somehow? So we can all watch?
We can just go to the back and watch it. Do you want to hook it up?
No,
I
why
don't,
not?
because he has issues hooking his
Yeah.
computer up to the technology.
Load up on yours. It's not
Yeah, it's this one.
Judge, did you want to watch the whole video or did you
No,
want to?
just the relevant portion. I don't need to see the whole thing. No, just that part that's relevant. You know, I guess if you wouldn't just put it right there and just turn it around.
Yeah, just put it up
right
there.
there on the table. Yeah, right there. You said it.
I'm just turning the volume up, Judge, as well.
He talking about don't let them pull up. They talking about I got a warrant out for Fort Bend County for assault. Look, he pushing me. Mama, record me. Mama, look. Mama, look. Record him. Now you're under arrest. I'm under arrest. Yep, you got a new charge, Bobo. Resisting transport. Resisting? I wasn't resisting. You just resisted transport. Yep.
What the hell is that?
Now you got a new charge. Yep.
Come on.
Thank you, Judge.
Really?
He talking about don't let them pull up.
I'm just turning.
For Fort Bend County for assault. Look, he pushing me. Mama, record me. Mama, look. Mama, look. Record him. Now you're under arrest. I'm under arrest. Yep, you got a new charge, Bobo. Resisting transport. Resisting? I wasn't resisting. You just resisted transport. Yep.
What the hell is that?
Now you got a new charge. Yep.
Come on.
Thank you, Judge.
Really? That's it?
That's it, Your Honor.
That's the relevant portion that defense is.
Oh, come on.
The officer is investigating a legitimate.
I know, but no. All right, I'm with
Do you
you.
see why I'm so upset, Your Honor? Okay. Thank you.
You can refile this as resisting.
Yeah, look, yeah, I mean, you're not gonna hurt our feelings. You need to do what you need to do. Perhaps it was the wrong one, but yeah. Was it resisting?
Nope.
My name is Bennett and I ain't in it. But no PC.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And there it is, case dismissed. No probable cause. This is one of the most stunning reversals I've ever seen in a courtroom. Let's recap what just happened. A defendant with 10 prior cases walks in facing interference charges. His defense attorney brilliantly challenges the constitutionality of the statute itself, getting the judge to admit it's vague. Then, the body camera footage proves the officer himself didn't even know what to charge the defendant with. He literally says, resisting transport on camera, not interference. The prosecution tried to salvage it with case law, but the video evidence was undeniable. Even the prosecutor admitted at the end, perhaps it was the wrong charge. This case highlights a crucial issue in our justice system: vague laws that give police too much discretion and prosecutors who overcharge hoping something sticks. The defense attorney's strategic decision to focus on those 2 minutes of video was masterful. This is why every interaction with law enforcement should be recorded, and why having a competent defense attorney matters. If you found this case analysis as fascinating as we did, make sure to smash that like button, share this video with anyone interested in criminal justice, and subscribe to our channel for more jaw-dropping courtroom breakdowns. Drop a comment below. Do you think the interference statute needs to be rewritten? And remember, Knowledge of your rights is your first line of defense. Until next time, stay informed and stay free.
can't tell you how upsetting it is, the way that you've treated us. It's absolutely just, your case is 1,580, it's nearly 1,600 days old, and you want them to just, oh, and you come in shorts? Really? Would you go to church looking like this? So why come to court like this?
I wasn't aware of it. This is my first time actually.
This is a courtroom. Don't play this, I didn't know. It is a courtroom. You should know dress in a courtroom, considering that your case is nearly 1,600 days old. How many years is that, Ms. Napoleon?
4 years.
You have until next Monday to get the mitigation packet done. If you don't have it done, then you will get an immediate 10-day trial setting. And I don't care who's got what. State, get ready for trial now, please. Get everything that you need to get now, because I'm fast tracking this to trial. And I don't care what came this, what came that. Jesus came down, prevent you from doing, I don't care. You have until Monday to get the mitigation packet done. And if you don't have it, then you will either accept the plea bargain from the state or you will get a 10-day trial setting.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand? And if you come back again in shorts, I can't tell you the level of disrespect that shows, not to mention the fact that your case is 4 years old. I mean, it's a double kick in the ding ding to us, really. And you ought to be ashamed, because that's not the way someone acts. All right, take a seat for me. We'll be back. Good morning, Mr. Hodges. Did you run an NCIC on him, please? What all does he have open elsewhere?
Yes, Judge, I'll run it right now.
And then if you can refresh my memory with regard to our case as well, please.
Yes, sir. In regard to open cases, it appears in Galveston, he has an open UCW, DWI, and a collision involving damage to a vehicle equal to $200.
So it's an FSGI, DWI, and a UCW.
Yes, Judge. And then in regard to this case, the officer responded to a criminal mischief and made contact with the complainant, where the complainant stated he woke up and realized his tree had been ran into. He checked the surveillance and observed the defendant's motor vehicle colliding into the tree, traveling at a high rate of speed, and observed the defendant appearing to get out of the motor vehicle, walk in front of the vehicle, then get back in. And the officer later observed tire marks damaged on the landscape leading up to the tree, damage to the bricks around the tree, as well as damage to the tree itself, leading to damage approximately $200 for the grass and bricks and $2,500 for the tree.
And this is like, it's in the middle of the night, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. What would you like?
Judge, I'm asking the driving condition and the curfew. I get it, it sounds bad, but Judge, he's unable to work. He's an electrician. He works throughout the night sometimes.
Oh, I'm not, I don't want you out in the middle of the night, Mr. Hodges. You have 4 open cases and you're out. You already were given one chance when you got on bond for those 3 cases out in Galveston. Now you've picked up another case in the middle of the night.
Are we able to lift the no driving restriction then, you know, and maybe do 5 to 10 p.m.? It's just the 6 to 6 kind of interfere with his work schedule, like I said, but I understand completely not wanting to drive at night.
What's the curfew now?
I think it's 6 to 6.
It's 9 p.m.
Oh.
No, I don't do that bad. It's 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. What do you want, Mr. Hodges? I'm not giving you in the middle of the night. I'm telling that you now, you have 4 open cases. 2, this is a potential DWI. So it's really a DWI and a second DWI. And you want me to let you out in the middle of the night?
Can we just lift the no driving restriction, Judge? Because it's daytime from.
Can you run his license?
Yes, Judge.
Not eligible, but he has an ODO.
Yes, Judge, I'm saying not eligible.
He has an ODO license, Judge.
Did he have an interlock in his car at the time when he got here?
I don't believe so.
Then I'm not going to do it because he's supposed to have an occupational An occupational always needs an interlock.
It may have.
You're
Judge,
you're
I-
violating your,
But did you have an?
you're supposed to have an interlock as part of the occupational license. You're in violation of your occupational license, you know?
It may not have required that, Judge. Because I'm not on the Galveston case, but
Show me, do you have a copy of the occupational
I
license?
can get you one.
Show it to me. Let me take a look at it and then we'll see. Mr. Hodges, just take a seat for me momentarily. When you find it, come back up and let me know.
Okay, will do. I have the granting of the occupational driver's license. The reason it didn't require interlock is because he had it prior to this. He got it for tickets that were unpaid because he didn't have insurance. He has current active insurance. I have the ODL right here.
Who gave it to him? Is it a JP court?
Yes.
Can imagine knowing that he has that open DWI in Galveston and knowing that he has now picked this case up here where it has an alcohol. I can't imagine that they're going to let, you know,
But right now it is still active. So are we?
I don't know how comfortable I feel with him driving. Are you mom? Come on up, mom. Come up, Mr. Hodges. Thank you so much for coming. How's it been not driving?
Not enjoyable.
Blows, right? Good. Wonderful. Because I want you to understand, it is a privilege. It's not a right. And we do everything in our power here to ensure that we don't kill anyone on the road. Watch the news. Every day, someone dies on our roads because of an alcohol-related collision. It's disgusting. And you're familiar with everything that he has open.
Yes, I also am familiar that one of my husbands was killed on the road by someone that was drinking as well.
It's disgusting. It's so sad, you know? And I took his privilege to drive away because of what's going on with Galveston. And now here we have the same situation here. They didn't charge him with DWI here, but it very well could have been. And so the idea is to get you to appreciate it, to really feel the pang of not being able to drive, because I want you to realize it is an absolute privilege, and it is a great privilege. And to live in a city this big without the ability to drive really, really blows. That's just it. And I don't know if you really appreciate it. You coming up here and just telling me, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm hurt. That's not enough. I need to know that you really do appreciate the fact of how big and powerfully awesome it is to drive. I'm not ready yet to let you drive. I need to see some kind of proactivity showing me that you really appreciate being able to drive. But as it stands now, it's been 30 days since he's had this case here open. He's got the 4 cases over there. And I can tell you now, the judge that granted that license, if that judge now knows all these cases are open, I would bet my pinky toe that that judge would revoke that license now. Because I don't think any judge wants their name on a license with that kind of baggage to it. So I'm sorry. If you need more time at night, I'm happy to give you a little bit more time past 9 o'clock.
It's not so much, excuse me, it's not so much the night, it's where he works being an electrician. He has to be there earlier in the morning. So
Okay, I'm happy to work with you. You want 5 in the morning? What time do you want?
5 would be better.
Okay, done. I'll give it to you. Show me that you appreciate the fact of driving.
How do I do that?
Use your imagination. Be creative. Ingenuity goes a long way, Mr. Hodges, but you coming up here and tell me, oh, I'm so sorry, does nothing for me. Actions speak louder than words, and it's only been a mere 30 days since you picked up this case, and not to mention all those other cases that you have in Galveston County. So you are traveling far and wide, and the danger to the public is far and wide as well. I don't want anyone to die under my book, and I don't want anything under my name with that kind of, I don't want that kind of baggage in my life. I have a hard enough time sleeping as it is. show me, and then we can talk again. But I really want you to appreciate it. And I don't think you do so far. Okay, thanks. All right.
I'm approaching on Noah Biza.
Okay,
This is set for bail review today. It was also set on Friday and it got rolled to today.
She's here.
She is here. Her bond was revoked and raised last week due to her picking up a criminal trespass. So she does have 2 ankle monitors on right now, and we would just be requesting that one of those come off. Obviously, she knows that she's not supposed to be within 200 feet of Stereo Live, which is the bar that she was trespassing at.
what I don't want is I don't want her out in the middle of the night. And that's why we have that on. And I'm paying for everything, so nothing is gonna come out of her pocket. Come up, Ms. Bison. She had the open DWI, just doing whatever she wants to do. And now she picks up another case out in the middle of the night. Nothing good happens at 2 a.m. And I don't want you out in the middle of the night. And the only way that I can enforce that is with the ankle monitor. Because if I take that off, you can run amok and I have no idea what you're doing, where you're going, and what's going on. I'm, like I said, I'm paying for it, so it's nothing out of her pocket either. Things I take cost off of everyone so that it's never an issue. I know that and I'm sorry that it's uncomfortable. Well, I'm not really sorry, but you know, actions have consequences. You now see, and I'm going to tell you, you violate conditions again. Get ready for that bond. It's going to sprout legs. It's going to be, you understand? Show me after a while that we can trust you and perhaps we can talk. But you're just now getting out of jail after violating conditions over and over. Thanks.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're now out of jail. You have a lawyer. It is your responsibility to stay in touch with them, and they will tell you when you have to come back to court. If they tell me they can't get a hold of you because you're playing games, you're ducking and dodging, you pick up a 3rd case, violate conditions again, there goes the bonds. Do you understand? Okay, stay in touch with them and they'll tell you when you have to come back to court. So I'm going to waive the appearance so that she's whatever you guys need.
Thank you.
Okay.
And she did just complete IOP, and then she is planning to enroll in SOP prior to potentially entering into any other program that the court might have available. So
yeah, it's up to you guys, whatever, you know, I'm just here. I just want to make sure that she's not out and about and continuing to party. You know, according to her, she wants to go to school for this. She wants to go to school that, you know, if you really, how old are you, ma'am? You have something that I can't buy. I have money, right? I've got a ton of money here, there. Steven's got a lot of money, babe, but you got something that I can't buy. You got something Bill Gates can't buy. You got something that Jeff Bezos can't buy. Do you know what that is? No. Age. And the reason is, all those guys would pay an arm and a leg to be able to take back time to have age. But what matters is what you do with the age that you have. If you do nothing, it's a complete waste. If you're going to school, and if you really care about the future, then you're partying, going to a bar and refusing to leave the bar because I've got to wait for my drink. This life is a journey. It can be a great journey or it can be a rotten, miserable journey. And as a young woman, you should never, ever have to realize or depend on a man. You should be getting your education. You should be getting degrees. You should get knowledge so that you never have to rely on a man. Men suck. Men are dogs. And you need to be able to rely on yourself, because if a guy says that they're going to take care of you, great. But one day they may never be there. One day they may take flight. And if you don't have an education, if you don't have a career, if you don't have knowledge, you'll be destitute, penniless, always dependent on a man. Don't. Become a strong woman. with knowledge, because then that life becomes a great life. Because this life is only about one thing, this, the almighty dollar. And if you don't have this, you ain't got shit. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So get your knowledge. Stop picking up cases. Once that age is gone, don't come back. Thanks.
Your Honor, my client does have class from 5 to 9, 6 to 9, my apologies. And I know she has a curfew right now that is imposed. Would the court be amenable towards pushing that curfew back
Absolutely.
a little bit?
Show me proof that you're in college or that you're in class and that the class goes at that time. I'll happily give you time to go home. Of course. Yeah. But I'm not going to take your word for it. Show me that you're actually enrolled. You got like either a syllabus or whatnot, and then I'll, of course, am always amenable to working around a schedule for school. Of course. Just show me, and then we'll do it.
We'll present her to the court.
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Of course.
May we be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Wickenhofer, in the flesh.
I know, right? We're famous, by the way. Over 30K people watch it. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I have to read off my phone, so I apologize, but
it's okay.
It says, Your Honor, I was convicted of driving while intoxicated in this court on October 14, 2019, under cause number 222. You already got it. I was sentenced to 4 days in jail, and I have completed that sentence, including paying all fines, costs, and restitutions. I am here today because I meet all the legal requirements under the Texas law for non-disclosure of this conviction. Specifically, number one, my conviction was for DWI with a blood alcohol level below 0.15, which actually was 0.11. I specifically remember. I was not placed on community supervision for this offense. This offense did not involve an accident with another person. I finished my sentence over 5 years ago. I have not been convicted or placed on deferred adjudication for any other crime except for minor traffic violations. This conviction from 6 years ago is still hurting my reputation and my ability to grow in my career. I deeply regret my actions and have learned from my mistakes. Since then, I have worked hard to turn my life around, and I am asking for a second chance. Granting this non-disclosure will allow me to fully move forward, both personally and professionally. It would help me reach my potential and improve my future. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I don't think I can. Show me where you think I can, but non-disclosures are traditionally for people who take deferreds, complete the deferreds, and are eligible to have it sealed. Expunctions are for those that meet the requirements where if a case gets dismissed, they can have it expunged. Here, when you plead guilty, I don't think you're eligible for either. And the thing about it, I can't give you legal advice. I can't tell you how to look this, how to look that. But if you have a piece, or if you can show me the law that says I can give you a non-disclosure, and I can tell you, Ms. Wickenhofer, I love it, and I've told you this before, I love it when people try to better themselves, right? If I can, I will, because I'm always about trying to make someone's life better, right?
Yes, sir.
But I have to follow the law. I can't just say, okay, I can't just rubber stamp and do it just for the sake of doing it. There has to be a law, because if not, they appeal it and I'll get overturned.
Yeah, I think it was
traditionally
the
happens.
points I said, because I was under a certain amount of alcohol in my system.
That doesn't, what matters is the ultimate result in the case. Did you plead guilty? Did you do a probation? Did you do a deferred? I think that the legislature even now made deferreds available for certain types of DWIs so that people don't get convictions,
I
right?
understand.
But, we never do them, right? But you can, right? And it's surprising that no people do deferreds on DWIs.
Traditionally in Harris County, Judge, we don't even offer deferreds on DWIs.
But
Other counties, they do.
theoretically, if you go without an agreed recommendation, we could, and I think that we may have. I don't remember, but
So they don't
You have to-
grant deferred here then in Harris County.
no, you can. But it's,
have to pay more money, so it sounds like.
no, it's not about money. It's about, there are other options that are better
Okay,
for some. So
I think that's probably why I didn't do it, because they didn't give me the option to.
we always do though, every single case. I talk to every single person that comes up here and I make sure, hey, look, you're making a lifetime decision. Are you sure that you want to do this? Because it's not Target. You can't return it once you do it.
Yeah.
I literally, every person I scrutinize, micromanage. That's why we're still here. It's 110 when most judges are gone by
I
now, right?
understand. Yeah, people tell me.
I really care about everybody that rolls here and I want everybody to get the great result, and I don't know what was happening in your life at the time when this happened. Why did it end up like this? Was there something other? Did you have other charges elsewhere? If you can show me in the law that I can, then let's talk. That means you got to get it,
In writing.
No. Go through the actual, this is the Code of Criminal Procedure. In here, there are certain provisions with regard to non-disclosures, who is eligible for them. You have to read it, you got to digest it. You definitely are not, I don't think you're, I can't give you legal advice, right?
Yeah, I understand. It's something we could do, but I don't know. I just want something to be done. I just don't know what can be done. Doesn't sound like anything, which really sucks for me, but.
Nice. Yeah, and the thing is that I even tell people that, within a certain amount of time, if you get buyer's remorse, within 30 days of doing something, we've really reopened cases for people who get buyer's remorse. But here, the case is 5 years old. I have no jurisdiction. Even if I wanted to reopen it to do something, I can't. The only advice.
Any service I can do, like any extra thing I can do?
What I would do is really go to a lawyer. You're going to have to spend a little bit of money. Go to a lawyer and fine tooth comb non-disclosure law.
Okay.
And see, is there an out? Is there this? Is there that?
Mm-hmm. Just ask questions. Okay.
You may have to hire a lawyer to really dig into it to see what you can do. Okay. But I can't give you legal advice. I can't sit there and comb the code with you to see, is there a provision that would get it? Because there's so many little nuances here and there. Right. Even so much as a 0.15 or above or 0.15 or below, how long it'll suspend your license versus this, there's just so many little nuances. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. What was that book called again?
The Code of Criminal Procedure.
Okay. All right.
So,
thank you.
and Google Code of Criminal Procedure, Texas non-disclosure, and even if you do that in Google, you'll have so many other lawyers' sites. Read through all those.
Okay.
But I don't think that I can. Once you plead guilty, that's it. That's why I caution everybody, when you take the easy way out, when you do something like this, it's a lifetime thing.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Sorry.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and the Epstein stuff just doesn't seem to end, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, there's a new bombshell development every day, to the point where, honestly, I just can't keep up anymore. I think this latest drop has pretty much been one of the most insane drops, in the sense that it's probably the most we've ever gotten, and it's actually the most the government has made serious mistakes. Now, what kind of serious mistakes are we talking about here? Well, allegedly one of those serious mistakes is that the government has decided to distribute what is potentially CSAM material. Now, this is not supposed to be happening, okay? But of course, unfortunately, this current government that we have, they want to protect some really bad people, but when it comes to the victims, screw them, right? So anyways, you probably read this on places like 404 Media, for instance, where they released unredacted images in their files. Some of these possibly, just possibly, being CSAM material. Now, obviously, I'm not going to teach you how to access this, but to give an understanding, this is so poorly done that I'm here on the actual file, and for the first time, I'm not going to show you what data set I'm looking at. I'm not even going to show you the actual EFTA number. What I am going to show you is an actual live example of the government failing to provide this stuff. Now, to give you an idea, if I go to their actual page, for instance, right, and I decide to copy the EFTA number and just throw it in here, you can see that I get one PDF result here. That's just the one result in the data set. Now, if you actually go to that file, you can go up to the URL in some cases, and it is, in fact, so notoriously poorly handled that I can change the file format to MP4, for instance, which is a video format, hit enter. Yes. And it's, in fact, a video. Now, there are redactions applied to this, don't get me wrong, but they are pointed towards women, at least this video in particular, on a private airplane. So, yeah, there's a whole slew of this kind of stuff, and unfortunately it exists. The reality is there's also a lot of jail footage as well, too. A lot of the footage has been released. It's somewhat a mixture of poor redactions, and sometimes it's a mixture of legitimate videos. Now, this video could probably exist, could just be titled something differently, but the way that they've hosted these files, the way that everything works is so infantile that a lot of people have just sort of been asking, why isn't this way more transparent as it should have been? But yeah, this is just one of those cases. And unfortunately, if you're a victim, it seems like as they've released these files, they have pretty much not focused on properly protecting the victims in this case. But when it comes to the actual perpetrators, well, it seems they're pretty much given the extra protection. Now again, what I've shown you is not necessarily an issue there too. Again, the government has released video files. Unfortunately, it feels like some people are able to access video files that they shouldn't have, video files that shouldn't have been distributed, which is why a lot of victims have unfortunately come out and talked about it, and a lot of hoopla has been raised about, again, people being re-victimized. Now, the other day, I talked about an interesting method that the government, or actually third parties, were going to be using to unredact some attachments in the Epstein files. Now, actually, this method has bore some pretty serious fruit, for instance. Now, according to Mahmoud, the individual that sort of discovered and talked about this to begin with, he actually did showcase one attachment that they actually ended up getting, right? So using the base 64, they were able to build some of these attachments again, and some of them were, you know, as simple as this invitation to a breast cancer benefit. But there are other ones that are a little bit mind-blowing in this case too. So according to Mahmoud, one of these, EFTA 003821108, which you actually open up really quickly, if you actually open it up real quick over here, you can see this is a from to. The only names here are Jeffrey, obviously, Bella Klein, Valton Cotrin, and Mark Tolleson. So of course, if you actually look over here, it has something to do with travel arrangements, where they talk about money and obviously, like, you know, just travel booking. So the thing about it is that the traveler is blanked out in this case, but we do actually have this record locator. So of course, all of this stuff kind of tracks, but interestingly enough, down over here, the attachment is in that base 64. So this is where Mahmoud actually dug out what I believe to be a pretty interesting, piece. The attachment, ladies and gentlemen, is this attachment right over here, right? The actual invoice of the travel document that the government, I guess, wasn't going to release. Now, they blocked out the traveler name, right? And it turns out the traveler name is Svetlana Poshideva. Now, you might be like, well, who the fuck is this, Muda? Is this like a name that shouldn't have been released? Well, it turns out that this name actually belongs to Svetlana Poshideva, who is actually Epstein's assistant. And again, this is an article from all the way back, literally where they're discussing Epstein's Russian connections, his ties with individuals in the FSB and people in Russia. So Poshideva is a Russian national who has a long history of business relations with Epstein. According to her, after graduating, she was working as a financial analyst when she finally made it to a final round of a beauty contest, signed a contract with Elite Models modeling agency, and moved to Europe. How exactly she met Epstein is unknown. A Daily Mail source confirmed that the billionaire offered her an opportunity to study and attend conferences with academics. She was photographed for the first time leaving the mansion with Prince Andrew, while Prince Andrew, the British prince later accused of sexual assault, was staying there. So again, a redaction that necessarily didn't make any sense. This was not a victim. This was somebody that was an associate of this individual. And I don't know why the government felt that they had to fucking blank out the name. Didn't make any sense. It's not as if it was a victim, and it doesn't seem like it was somebody that was so fucking high up in Russia that it would have caused a national security situation. And again, it's not like the DOJ is chasing after anybody, so it's not like there's an active investigation that anybody reasonably knows of. So yeah, another example of, I guess, people being protected. There is another example that just blows my mind too. Like, this is an email right over here. This is EFTA017-43628.pdf. Now, of course, you can look this up yourself. And obviously, this leads us to an image DSC 06964 sent to Jeffrey. Who sent this? We have no fucking idea. All we know is it was sent September 22nd, 2016. But the contents of this email, age 10, is immediately something that just fucking blows my mind. I don't know what the age of this could be, given who this person is. I have to fucking imagine it's probably a child. It has to be something of that nature, a person, maybe their specific age in that photo. Because I'm sure as fuck not going to be like blind enough to think that maybe he's sharing like, I don't know, like an image of homemade whiskey. He's like, yeah, this is the 10th year it's aging. No, I think it's reasonable to assume this might be the age of the person in this photograph, right? Now, nobody's asking the government release this photo. That's obviously not the thing. But who the fuck is sending that kind of information? Why is that person being protected? That's a problem. You know, this was one document called EFTA 02731082. Now, I can view this on a platform known as jmail.world, where they archive all of these files. Now, the reality is you can't view this on the actual Epstein files, because if you grab this EFTA, it's actually been removed. Like, if you actually throw that in here, search, no results found. None of that. However, it did exist, and you want to know what that document consisted of? An investigation into the potential co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein. So again, the thing that most people are interested in, right? The guy is dead. Long dead is that piece of shit. But who else is in the network, you know, facilitating such a sick practice for the elite in our world? That is the question that everyone is reasonably asking. So obviously, this focuses on Ghislaine Maxwell and Leslie Groff, two names that we know very well. However, why doesn't the investigation focusing on these individuals mention the fucking redactions, okay? You know, at the end of the day, there was no allowance for a redaction to be made if it was going to cause embarrassment or public issues for someone. If your name was in these files and you were not a victim or a national security concern, your name should have been released, okay? Simple as that. But the government does not want to do that. In fact, it's to a point that Bill Clinton, who also was mentioned numerous times in these files, has come out and said, yeah, by the way, I've called for a full release. I provided a sworn statement, and I've agreed to appear before the committee. Now, Bill, it's great that you're saying this, but you've got Twitter, buddy. You've got Twitter. Just fucking release what you know. Might as well, right? Like, if these people care about so much transparency, honestly, like, these people are at the end of their lives anyways. Like, what? Who gives a shit? Really, who gives a shit? Release the information. You've got a platform. 252,000 people liked this post. Might as well go. Might as well release it. Okay? Come on now. Just put the fucking names on the on the tweets, bro. And this is why it's so tough for me to take any of these people seriously, because they're all in on it, you know? Like, it doesn't matter what side you're on. They're all running this big game, and we, as literal cockroaches in comparison, like little fucking ants, are just begging for a bit of justice to happen, right? Like a bit of justice. You know, when I read emails where sick fucks like this are writing words age 10 and you know what these people are involved into and they're sending photos. I mean, that was sent on Gmail, for crying out loud, dude. How are you not able to proceed through this? You know, there's jokes being made that, you know, Epstein didn't go through like the dark web or like layers of encryption. The motherfucker was doing this all on Gmail, okay? He was doing this all on a tapped service. Like over here, when you read these documents where they talk about co-conspirators, it's like we evaluate where there is sufficient evidence to charge. So again, this is not an indictment. This is more like they're internally assessing, hey, could we do these charges against blank, whoever this person is, blank, 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 Leslie Groff and or Ghislaine Maxwell. Why are these names so blanked out? You know, if anything, it's like these people, if they're named in here in connection, that needs to be brought to light. That needs to be exposed. Imagine if these people are rich and powerful, which, you know, they probably are. They probably have assets. Wouldn't it be advisable to at least leak those names out so people around the world are looking at it with more scrutiny, right? These people and their connections. When you hide these predators from the light, okay, alleged predators, of course, they're just allowed to do whatever they need to, okay? They have full carte blanche access. How is it that this is tolerated by society? Now, of course, there have been other documents that have been brought up that people are talking about as guidelines for redactions, right? So, for instance, internally, a memorandum with the FBI and whatnot, here they talk about, hey, do you know what's a guidance for redacting images or who would be able to assist with the guidance of, you know, CSAM victims, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, they did a really great job with this section, by the way. Brilliant fucking work over at the Federal Bureau. Good morning, sir. IMD RIDS requests guidance redacting photographs. Who is protected under this transparency task? Okay, so here they're talking about who is it. As mentioned before, we need guidance to redact 1B items. IMD RIDS is requesting clear and consistent guidance to process 1B items. There are several boxes that need to be processed, and the sooner they have clear and consistent guidance, the sooner they'll start processing those items. So 1B items contain photographs of multiple individuals to include the subjects of investigation, Epstein and Maxwell. IMD RIDS needs clear and specific guidance to redact those photographs. Some photographs depict victims, unknown identified males and females, former US presidents, Secretary of State, and other celebrities. The software does not have IA facial recognition to assist with the identification of some public officials and celebrities. So please advise how you would like the team to move on. So obviously for me, this isn't the crazy like bombshell that some people are making it out to be, but obviously you do mention that, hey, at least we're confirmed internally. There's former US presidents there, okay. There's Secretary of States in there, at least the Secretary of State at the time, and other celebrities. So they know that obviously the victims have to be protected. Unknown identified female and males, those have to be presented. Unless, of course, they fall into the victim category and you find out, which can be a little bit tougher because as the case develops, you may not know somebody is a victim, but you might accidentally release their shit and you might find out in the future. But things like celebrities, fucking presidents, Secretary of States, I mean, why even include that in the pool? Just, again, it's like they admitted that these people exist without kind of admitting. It's just, why? You know, what the fuck? Now, there was one file in particular that was brought up to me that was a little bit suspicious. Now, this is a actual, apparently, like, release. This is from the actual files, EFTA 001, 00013180. And here they talk about, you know, a statement on the death of defendant Jeffrey Epstein. So, for instance, Manhattan Jeffrey S. Berman said earlier this morning the Manhattan Correctional Facility confirmed that Jeffrey Epstein, who faced charges brought by this office, had been found unresponsive in a cell. So again, what makes this really shocking, obviously, is that A, it's in the official files, but also it is tagged Friday, August 9, 2019, which obviously for anybody that's been following this even in the slightest, Epstein's body was actually discovered on the 10th of August, 2019. Now, when it was discovered, I believe it was the time of 6:30 a.m. So yeah, 6:30 a.m. is when the guy was found. Now, obviously, it's pretty suspicious that a day before, a memo is already set for immediate release, talking about this situation. Now, ultimately, unless you have the original metadata for this, I'm not so sure. What apparently a lot of journalists have said about this, and a lot of people that have covered this stuff, you know, for decades at this point. I guess when a big event happens, like a draft gets like prepared, maybe they found the body earlier than 6:30. Maybe it was the day before. To be completely real with you, I find it weird that a day before this gets like drawn up. Again, I don't want to just jump into the conspiratorial side of it, but to me, it just doesn't make sense, right? Like, obviously, if the body is found 6 hours allegedly after August 9th ends, then wouldn't the draft for this be Like even if like you did like the most insane, even if you factored in the entire U.S. time zone, it just doesn't make sense. Just none of this makes sense to me, considering the fact that you wake up at 6:30. Obviously, you see this entire shit happen. You can't just preemptively, have a premonition that somebody is gonna fucking die. It's just August 10th happens. This number doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't know how anybody can convince anybody that it would make any sense. But that's the reality. Now, ultimately, the end, what's coming out here, is apparently now it seems as if the government is actually going to come out and give unredacted, like, Epstein files, at least to people in Congress, okay? So fuck the people, the public that they're accountable for and actually answering. No, they're just going to give it to the people in Congress. Now, are the people in Congress going to leak this stuff out? According to the guy Thomas Massey, who I mentioned quite a fair bit, he's the one that brought this alongside another individual, Ro Khanna. They actually worked together to do this. So he is claiming that, he's just going to leak names, okay? And I am 100% in fucking support of that, okay? Like, at the end of the day, sickos need to be brought to light. Justice needs to be pursued. But one thing is certain. The government is a fucking bastard when it comes to delivering justice. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it seems more information is coming out to light with citizen journalists and tech heads than the government will ever be accountable for. One thing is, and it will be written down in the history books, this might be one of the most shadiest administrations that we've probably ever seen. The Epstein cover-up is probably the worst cover-up I've ever seen happen. And the fact that it's happening in real time in front of us, it's truly a sight to behold. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and I'm out.
For the defense, Andrew.
Can't sleepwalk through these. And when you come to court, you should review your police report. You should review the ticket. You should review the video. All right, this is a formal hearing in the matter of Jasmine Ray Adair. The charge alleges a violation of MCL 257643 under the Motor Vehicle Code for following too closely. As I indicated, this is a civil infraction. I believe it carries 2 points. And it does carry, I believe, $120 fine. Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Abigail Stoll is here with her Officer Jesse Raymond. The jurat is signed. We're ready to proceed. Madam Prosecutor?
I'll waive opening argument.
Okay, certainly. We don't need any. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may call your witness.
I'll call Deputy Raymond to the stand.
Good morning, sir. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true to the best of your knowledge and belief? I do. Thank you. Have a seat. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Deputy Jesse Raymond.
And spell your first and last name?
JESSERAYMOND.
All right, Ms. Stoll.
Deputy Raymond, where are you employed?
St. Joseph County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
Just under 6 years.
What do you do?
Primarily now I'm covering complaint vehicle, meaning I take complaints on the road. I also conduct traffic stops.
Do you have any other experience in law enforcement?
outside of the sheriff's office now, but I do have other assignments.
Were you on patrol on July 25th of 2025?
Yes, sir.
What shift?
I was on the day shift. I was assigned to the traffic unit.
What was the general location where you were at?
I was traveling southbound on 131. I was south of Three Rivers. I was just approaching Drummond Road.
All right, did you see something that caught your attention?
There's moderate traffic that day. I did notice two vehicles approaching me that were very close together.
Could you describe the vehicle that was following?
I don't recall.
What did you do after that?
So I had my radar unit activated. I clocked the lead vehicle going approximately 60 miles an hour. I saw the following vehicle was traveling quite close as they passed by. I estimated it to be about a car length behind. I turned around at that intersection and it took me about a half mile to catch up. I caught up to him just before Gleason Road where I conducted the traffic stop.
I'm sorry, forgive me, I'm a little hard of hearing. I didn't catch the tail end of what the witness just stated.
And you caught up half a mile at Gleason Road, and then you said something else.
That's where I conducted the traffic stop, was just south of Gleason, northbound.
Thank you.
And then what did you do after that?
I made contact with Miss Adair. I explained the reason for the traffic stop. Got her license, registration, insurance, and issued a citation.
Is Miss Adair in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Could you describe something she's wearing and point her out, please?
She's wearing gold frame glasses and a black shirt.
Let the record reflect that the officers identified the defendant.
It may.
And then did you write Miss Adair a ticket?
Yes, I did.
What for?
For following too closely.
In your experience, was that a reasonable length to keep?
No, I have considerable experience, particularly with traffic crashes where there's rear end collisions. Almost all of those cases, it's a matter of either following too closely or they're unable to stop in a short period of distance.
Objection. I don't think there's a foundation laid for his expertise as being an expert with traffic crashes.
Well, all right, we can establish that. He indicated he'd been an officer 6 years and then traffic enforcement. Madam Prosecutor, would you inquire further about his qualifications in this area?
Deputy Raymond, do you have any sort of special training or experience in traffic accidents?
Just academy training and then routine experience with traffic crashes. I respond to and investigate crashes as a traffic unit, also as a complaint deputy.
How often do you respond to these accidents and complaints?
I would say on a weekly basis over the last 5.5 years.
How many citations do you think you've actually written?
I couldn't give you a number.
Over hundreds? This is a civil infraction, and he's given his opinion regarding this circumstance. I think he's qualified in the context of a traffic enforcement officer, certainly not an accident reconstructionist or anything, but I'll allow the testimony regarding his opinion about why he wrote this citation.
Thank you, Judge.
You said that you were traveling on US 31 southbound?
Objection asked and answered.
We're just getting back into it. Yeah, it's 131. Go ahead.
Where were you located when you stopped the defendant?
We were on US 131 traveling northbound. We were just south of Gleason Road.
In what township?
That's Fabius Township.
In St. Joseph County, Michigan?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Morning, Deputy. I'm going to ask you some questions. If anytime during me asking the questions, if you don't understand or it's not clear, feel free to ask me to clarify. Deputy, you testified that you were the one who stopped my client, Miss Adair, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you recognized her?
Yes.
Okay, but didn't you just testify you didn't know what kind of car she was driving?
Correct.
Okay, would it help if I showed you the ticket to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
For, I guess, the jurat? Will be that. Let me know when you're done looking at the ticket. Is your memory refreshed?
I have the citation for a 2012 Toyota. I don't remember the model of the vehicle. I do remember the Indiana registration.
Would you disagree with me if I told you it was a Toyota Prius?
No.
Okay. So when you testified for the people, you stated that you were going in the opposite direction, right?
Correct.
And you just testified that my client was driving a Toyota. Do you know what the vehicle was that was in front of her?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would you have any reason to doubt me if I said it was a GMC pickup?
No.
Okay, but you did catch the distance between that vehicle and my client?
Correct.
Okay, and you remember that there was one car length?
Correct.
Okay. Did you provide any video recordings to the people? Like body wear cam or dash cam?
I did not. I don't know if my clerks did or not.
Okay, so would it surprise you if it was provided? Okay, and do you recall what you said to Miss Adair when you approached her vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with me what you said?
Yep. So I asked her for her license, registration, and insurance, which she provided me. I informed her that she was following the vehicle in front of her too closely. I told her that they were traveling close to the speed limit. And given that speed, that was too close to be following the vehicle in front of her.
Would you doubt me if I just stated that you stated at the time that the courts have found that you need to be traveling one car length per 10 miles per hour?
I did say that to her, not as a.
What authority are you relying on for that statement? When I say authority, legal authority.
I was using it as an education piece.
So you just made it up?
No, I did
not. Okay, where'd you get it from?
I don't recall.
Okay. So you read this, you're familiar with the statute, right?
So
And what does it use?
you must be no closer than reasonable and prudent to the vehicle.
Reasonable, prudent person. Are you familiar with, you're familiar with the State of Michigan Secretary of State, right? Okay. Are you familiar with a publication that they put out called What Every Driver Must Know?
I'm familiar with it. I don't recall any text in it.
Would you doubt me if I said it doesn't say anything about a car length for every 10 miles? Okay, I'll help you, it doesn't.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Well, the officer accepted the answer that he accepted that he is familiar with that publication, which every Michigan driver has to review before they take their driver test. I'll allow it. It's not damaging really either way.
As a matter of fact, well, let me back up. Would you doubt me if that publication takes into account what is considered the reasonable distance between two traveling vehicles? Okay, would you doubt me if it says that you need to take into account the vehicles, the drivers, condition of the road, weather conditions? Okay. You interestingly didn't testify to, you talked about moderate traffic, but do you remember the weather conditions that day?
Yep.
Okay, what were they?
It was a clear day, dry roadway.
There was no rain, was there? Mhm. Okay, and do you know that you recall on the side that my client was driving on, how many vehicles were traveling? About the time that you witnessed these two vehicles going down that road, I'm sorry.
Specific number, I don't recall.
If I played the video, would you doubt me that it was just that vehicle and her vehicle? Okay. As a matter of fact, on your side where you were traveling, where you said you witnessed the cars traveling too close to each other, there was a lot more traffic, or as you said, moderate traffic. Would you doubt me? Okay. Did you notice that, or do you strike that? When you came up behind my client, did you notice the, I guess, double lines, dotted lines in the roadway?
At the location of the traffic stop. I believe it would have been a double line, but I don't recall.
You don't know if my client was attempting to pass that vehicle either, do you? You didn't ask her, did you?
I had turned around and followed the vehicle for approximately half a mile.
I'm gonna inject myself a little bit.
I'm sorry, Judge?
I'm gonna inject myself into this to
certainly.
add some context. On the map, run 131 looks like it runs flat, straight, north and south. Is that correct?
It's a relatively hilly section.
Well, that's what I'm gonna ask. It's actually on what's known as the Big Hill. Is that correct? 131 and Drummond Road is on what's known as the Big Hill between Three Rivers and Constantine. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with the term.
You're not? Okay. Anyway, it's a big hill and it's common, well, maybe I'm too old, but there've been many, many accidents there. One time we had two drunk drivers hit each other on the big hill and they were both killed. Anyway, was this on the hill?
A portion of the observation period was, yes.
Okay, so this is a big hill. And so they're both going up the hill at that point. Is that correct?
They had gone up the hill and I had stopped them after descending down.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Anything else, Judge? I'm sorry.
No, I don't know if you've been there, but
Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with.
at any rate, it's on the big hill, and apparently we're headed uphill, and then he stopped them as they headed down.
If I played the video of you turning around, well, is your video activated? It's not running all the time, right, Deputy?
It's running, but it only pre-records a certain time frame before it's activated.
Okay, because I was shared, it was shared with me, the video, but it wasn't shared of, I guess, where you felt that the car lengths were too close, but I got a video that shows you stopping the vehicle. I don't know if it would help the court making a decision if the people don't object. I mean, I'll play the video.
Well, I was hopeful they would play it.
I'm kind of a little surprised, but they can present their case any way they want.
Yes. Yeah, you can present the video to the officer. We have a way to do it.
I'm not technical. I mean, I could set this up there and you can look at it.
Well, we have a way to play it on the big screen. Although I'm not sure any of us are technically adept enough to plug it in.
And just so I'm making a record here, Your Honor, the video that I have that was shared with me just reflects the stop. I don't think it actually reflects what the deputy testified to what he witnessed when he was coming the other way. So I don't want you to go through all this laborious effort.
All right, so it doesn't show the actual.
It shows him doing a U-turn and coming up behind the two vehicles, my client being the closer one to him. It doesn't show what I'm sorry, forgive me, what Deputy
Raymond.
James testified to what he witnessed when he was coming the other way. That's why I asked him about if his camera was activated at that time. If there is footage of that, it wasn't shared with me.
What are we seeing here, officer?
So I believe at this time I had already turned around. I was traveling northbound.
Okay.
Like he said, you can't see in the video the time that they initially passed me due to the latency in the activation of my recording.
So you're going down the hill at this point. Is it alleged that she's following too closely at this point?
Yes.
Yes?
Traffic stop. Civil infraction. Traffic violation. US 131/Leeson RD Fabius Township.
So this, you can't, I don't believe you can hear anything. The body work camera, this is just a stop, Judge and Madam Prosecutor. If you want to hear the body wear camera about the car length thing. So this is the stop. This is the video of the body camera. Thank you.
7526 traffic stop. Indiana commemorative White George X-ray 233 BGX 233. Hello, how we doing? Wonderful. Do you have your license registration? Pardon the traffic. The reason I stopped you, you and the vehicle in front of you guys were both going about the speed limit. You were right on his tail, so you got to have a little bit of space off of him. Okay. Rule of thumb, there's not really any number on it specifically. The courts have found that about one car length for every 10 miles an hour. So you really should have been 5 or 6 car lengths back behind him at the least. So, okay. You got insurance on the vehicle?
Okay. Thank you for indulging me, Judge.
Thank you. That certainly didn't translate very well to the live stream, but they could hear it and I could see the video. I didn't see what was going on the way up the hill, but I could see what was going on the way down the hill. All right. Any further questions for this officer?
No, thank you though. Thank you, Deputy. Appreciate it.
Ms. Stoll, do you have any further questions for the officer? Do you have any questions for the officer?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can step down. Any further witnesses?
No.
All right. Mr. Spinolio, you have any, do you wish to call the defendant?
Judge, if you're prepared to make a decision, and being mindful of the court's docket, if you're prepared, I'll waive presenting my client. I mean, the video speaks for itself. I think that the facts, what the deputy said, and
thank you. I'm disappointed in that. The prosecutor didn't play the video. Did you even viewed it? Have you seen it before?
I saw it, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I would have liked to have seen it as part of the prosecution case because she's right on his tail. The video sunk your boat. You're doing pretty good because they hadn't even looked at the ticket or know what kind of vehicle it was, and his testimony was unclear, and it wasn't clear where it was. It's on the biggest hill in St. Joseph County. But you were right on his tail. I don't know where you were going up the hill, but going down the hill right up until the stop, you were right on his bumper. And it's not a place to pass. Passing is prohibited there for quite some time, going up the hill and down the hill. What the statute actually says, the officer says, the rule of thumb is you should give one car length for every 10 miles an hour. That is a quote unquote rule of thumb. We've heard it on television commercials and other thing. It isn't in the statute anywhere. But what the statute says, the officer quoted it pretty well. The driver of vehicle shall not follow another vehicle more closely than is reasonable and prudent, having due regard for the speed of the vehicles and the traffic upon and the condition of the highway. So this is a 2-lane highway. It's a state highway with a center line on a large hill, and passing is prohibited going up the hill and down the hill. The speed limit there is 55. He testified that he thought the first car, which he couldn't remember what it was, if he looked at the video, maybe he could have discerned it, was going 60. The ticket says she was following lead vehicle, one car length, going 57 miles per hour. This is a civil infraction. You can't go to jail for a civil infraction. And you don't have the right to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You have a right to proof beyond a preponderance of the evidence, which is a much easier standard for the prosecutor to meet. It means just barely more than the other side. So I was trying to figure this out, but as soon as I saw the video, in my impression, you were too close behind that truck. So I find that you're responsible for following too closely. And I'm gonna fine you $120. You can pay that today, or I'll give you 30 days to pay it if you need it. Or do you want to pay it today, or you want me to give you an envelope to pay it? All right. We don't have enough trials for young officers to learn that they're going to be subjected to cross-examination. And when a competent attorney comes in and asks questions and makes appropriate objections, it's a lot harder than some layperson trying to do the best they can. So the point being, when you come to court, you should review your police report, you should review the ticket, you should review the video. The video should have been presented, but I'm not doing your case. The defendant actually provided it, which gave the court proof beyond a preponderance that she violated the statute, but can't sleepwalk through these. This defendant came prepared, but I did find the violation. So if we go out to the counter, pay the $120, this will go on your Michigan and eventually Indiana driving record. It's not exactly the crime of the century, but you were too close to the car ahead of you, in my view, after watching the video. All right, we'll be in recess.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
you look intoxicated, because it looks like he walked away and the cops didn't want him to walk away. And so now they need a reason to arrest him.
Man, perhaps, but he's in custody. He's in jail, just sitting there, you know? I'm with you. Okay, be careful when you're out there. It's hard enough as it is. Don't give anyone else the power to even bring more, trouble on your life, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, man, good luck.
Here are unforgettable moments when Judge saved people from evil cops. Michael Jones was standing outside a residence when officers arrived in response to a disturbance call, but as soon as they got there, he began walking away. Under Texas Penal Code Section 42.01, speech alone, even if loud or aggressive, does not constitute disorderly conduct unless it provokes an immediate breach of peace. The officers, however, commanded Jones to stop and put his hands behind his back without giving a lawful reason. When he hesitated, they accused him of resisting and used force to detain him. This was a clear violation of his rights, as walking away is not a crime. The officers were attempting to manufacture probable cause after failing to find a legitimate reason to detain him.
Good morning.
Hey.
How are you?
Hey, buddy.
If you're banging on the door, you got to be careful, because you break something, you're gonna catch another charge. So be careful banging on those windows, because they break very easily. All right. So you were Michael Jones. Mr. Jones, we're talking about you, so that's why I wanted to bring you out. It's only fair that you get to hear what's going on with your case. Your lawyer wants to challenge probable cause in this case. You're charged with interference with the duties of a public servant. You are facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. That's what you're charged with. I don't know. So I'm gonna have them read, and we're gonna do probable cause to see whether we're gonna go forward or not, okay?
Be right back there. She's gonna read it again, okay?
Okay, what happened?
On January 10th, 2025, the officers in official uniforms and riding in a marked patrol vehicle were dispatched to a disturbance at a residence in Harris County, Texas. The officer observed the defendant standing outside the location, being told to leave by the resident, to which the defendant refused by verbally yelling at the resident in a loud, aggressive tone of voice. The officer announced themselves and observed the defendant begin to walk away. The officer gave the defendant a verbal command to put his hands behind his back, and the defendant pulled his hand away. The defendant refused to comply with verbal commands, and the defendant held his arms to his chest as the officer attempted to detain him. The defendant continued to refuse additional commands to stop resisting and put hands behind his back. He yelled at the officer in an aggressive tone and shouted out loud, "Don't let them take me." The officer performed a leg sweep and continued to struggle handcuffing the defendant due to him pulling away. The officer began to roll around while on the ground and reached the officer's hands to prevent him from being placed in handcuffs. The officer continued to give commands, and the defendant continued to refuse.
I get it, but what's he doing? I mean, he's walking away. That's what they wanted, right?
No.
Just losing?
So, Your Honor, in this case, to read the full dim, it was the disturbance call, and they said they observed him standing outside the above location, being told to leave, and they observed him verbally refuse, and then...
Right, but then cops get up there.
And then they observed him begin to walk away, and it says they approached Jones and observed he was intoxicated in a public place based on his slurred speech, pupil size, and...
Didn't say that.
That was in the complete dims, Your Honor. And then it
Do you know about that?
And
Yes,
aggressive
Judge,
behavior.
but
Okay,
I
go
have my
ahead.
argument prepared. Judge, my argument is exactly what you started to say. There's some sort of disturbance, somebody's asking him to leave, they're yelling and screaming at each other. Police coming up and saying, "Hey, I'm the police," you can walk away from that all day long. My client did walk away from that. My client's loud and emotional, as you can tell here today. You're allowed to walk away emotional, yelling, screaming, even using profanity in this state if you want to. Then the cops come up to him and suddenly there's some kind of unfounded allegation of intoxication. There's absolutely no facts other than that statement, "I smell marijuana, you look intoxicated," because it looks like he walked away and the cops didn't want him to walk away. And so now they need a reason to arrest him. My argument is based on if he's charged with interference with a public servant, that doesn't come until later. He has to be lawfully arrested and lawfully detained or lawfully with the police before that even occurs. Walking away when a resident tells you to leave and all you've got in your sworn statement is, "We identified ourselves as police," so what? Everything that happens after that is fruit of the poisonous tree.
During the hearing, the defense attorney pointed out that Jones had no legal obligation to comply when he was not being lawfully detained. According to Terry vs. Ohio, 392 U.S. 1, 1968, a police officer must have reasonable suspicion that a crime is occurring to justify a detention. The officers had no basis to stop Jones beyond an assumption of intoxication, which was unsupported by concrete evidence. The judge recognized that the situation escalated only because the officers refused to let Jones leave. If they had no valid reason to investigate him further, any subsequent resistance was irrelevant. This made the entire arrest unlawful, and the judge knew it.
So they go up and they see that he possibly could be intoxicated. So does it go into a potential public intox investigation?
If it does, they need to announce that. You can't just walk up to me and say, I'm the police, stop. We don't live in that kind of society. I'm the police, I need to investigate you, so therefore stop all day long. I'm the police, we're investigating, I need you to step aside, sir, so I can investigate this matter all day long. But hey, I'm the popo.
So the reasonable suspicion we have is they begin to investigate what?
So
a criminal trespass.
They're called as a disturbance, and they saw him yelling, being aggressive, and then as he walked away, that's when they saw.
So the trespass investigation ceases because he's leaving. Yes or no?
It's not specified to be a trespass, Your Honor. It's specified just to be a disturbance.
That's what it is. Okay, but it's a trespass that they're investigating a trespass, right? I mean, for all intents and purposes, isn't that what it is? The investigation begins as a trespass investigation because he's there. Homeowners asked him to leave. He's refused to leave. So cops come and he begins to leave. So at that point, all should have ceased. But the cops go up to try to.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, in this case, Your Honor, it would be that, yes, he attempted to leave, but once the officers arrived, so they would still need to investigate to determine if the trespass even occurred to determine, you know.
He's leaving.
He's walking.
He's leaving. Right? It's like, here, let me come and mess with you more.
That would only.
Right? So it's like adding fuel to a fire.
But they still have grounds to investigate, and furthermore, with the further signs of possible public intoxication, it would give them further grounds to investigate.
That's because they're going up to him to mess with him.
Well, they're going up to investigate what they saw him refusing to leave, and he
leaves.
He only left once they arrived. So with maybe potential fear of apprehension, that's when he decided to leave, which it wouldn't be. It wouldn't undercut their ability to investigate what had they observed happen in front of them regarding that public or that disturbance that they were called about. They still need to figure out what happened there and if there was a trespass to begin with.
Judge, you can't flee a trespass. The way you comply is by fleeing.
Well, we don't know it was a trespass, it was a disturbance. We don't always specify the disturbance.
I'm going to find no probable cause.
You understand?
Mr. Jones, be careful, man. We have enough drama in this life, don't we? Yeah. You don't like to wear orange, do you? Be careful where you go. Be careful what you do. Yes, everyone's always out to get you, man. Yes, don't let them. Yeah. All right, man. Good luck.
Thank you. Unless you act like that's on.
Thank you. Hear what happened?
After hearing both sides, the judge ruled that there was no probable cause and ordered Jones to be released. Under the exclusionary rule established in Mapp versus Ohio 367 U.S. 643 1961, evidence obtained through unlawful scenes must be suppressed. The officers had no legal standing to arrest Jones for interference when they lacked lawful authority to detain him in the first place. The judge even warned Jones to be careful in the future, acknowledging that bad policing can make innocent people targets. This decision protected Jones from wrongful imprisonment and sent a message against abusive police tactics. Just like this incident, here's a moment when a judge saved a man from corrupt policing.
We need to have like a workshop on how to write ORs.
Im Zweifel für den Angeklagten, würde ich einmal sagen. Ist völlig unklar.
So Prince Andrew was no pedophile sex offender. New images are said to prove Andrew worked as a paramedic on Epstein Island. He was a paramedic? Translate the audio and this video. No way. No way. This is insane. I don't even know what to say. No, we got to find this out. They think the Goyams are retarded. You know what's crazy is that they are. The Goyams are retarded. Like, all they need to do, you've got to keep in mind that all of this is going to be over tomorrow. Because isn't tomorrow the Super Bowl? So the big sports ball event happens tomorrow. So, yeah, the big sports ball event happens tomorrow. So there's probably going to be nobody even talking about this anymore. Yeah, it's going to be over. The Super Bail? Yeah, it's the Super Bail this year, exactly. And, yeah, that's going to be it. No Scope woman met Prince in 2000 who was recently killed in 2025. I'm on the phone, so no link. Yeah, so what are they saying? Completely unclear. So is he possibly helping someone? Oh my God. Is he helping someone? It said he's sarcastic. Okay. Never mind. I don't know German media or anything like that. And this is also, remember what I said before about how people are going to warm up to the idea of voting for Hunter Biden? You may not like it, but this is what peak American morality looks like. I would trust Hunter Biden running my country more than any of those pedophile elites. I told y'all. No, see, that was the big one, right? A lot of people didn't want to believe me when I said that, but now I think it's becoming more evident that it's happening. He was a PDF? Yeah, he was. I've heard about that. And anyway, so let's go back. I'll see if there's any more of these that are worth looking at. But yeah, apparently this is just getting weirder and more insane. Oh, yeah.
Because if you ask me any questions, you're a conspiracy theorist and you'll be shut.
Alex Jones in 1996.
And then you'll be laughed at for thinking that there could be any manipulation and control. Forget the fact. Don't ever ask any questions. Never look under the water.
The World Council of Churches.
Let me stop you right there. Every one of those groups is real. I've seen them on C-SPAN. I've read the Council on Foreign Relations bi-monthly book they put out. You can buy it at Barnes & Noble or any major bookstore. And it's called, the name of it is called, World Politics. Yeah, Foreign Affairs and World Politics. And the thing in there is, well, New World Order, do you know your way around? And this is the biggest industry in the world, is corrupt international banking. I don't mean local banking. And it's real. They're out in the open, but the little serfs, the little idiots, Peter doesn't tell them, and I don't mean to be mean, but they are. They just go, Big Mac cheeseburger, please. That's all I care about. And I just try to say this.
He's talking about Goyslop in 1996.
You idiot! It's real! It's real! It's right here in front of your face. And they just go, no, it's conspiracy. Everything is wonderful. I never question anything. You can't prove one single thread of what you're saying. How dare you? You are a serious travesty. In fact, I am very afraid of you militant type people.
Bro, he been in it for a while, huh? He really has been. That's crazy. He never changed? Nah, bro. Like, real ones never change. You can go back and see videos of any of the real ones, and it's the same all the way through. And let me go back. I'll watch this one next.
You know they eat babies. That is not bullshit. It's true.
So it's not just the dogs and the cats, not just the pets.
It's not just the dogs and the cats. They're full-on vampires. And everybody still thinks I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. They're full-on vampires. They love the taste of human flesh and they drink human blood.
Excuse me,
They
ma'am,
do,
it's
Tucker.
jerky.
Stop staring at me like
You're
that.
freaking me out, man. Because
They
you
do.
spent your life in the entertainment business, so I think you have some authority on this.
Yes.
So many kids that I was in mental
Mm-hmm.
institutions with over the years, they are all from those cults. And they've covered it all up. They covered it all up. And, you know, I just pray to God. I'm just going to pray to God that he opens everybody's eyes in this country.
Man.
By the time we go into
Man.
vote for Trump, that he will open up everybody's eyes and they will stop pretending to be asleep. You know what they say, you can't wake people up that are pretending to be asleep, but I pray to God,
Yeah, that's a good point.
please
I never
wake
heard
up
that. I
even
like that.
those who are pretending to be asleep with the irrefutable truth
Man.
of what the worst people on this planet are really up to. They are really up to that. They're doing it.
Jesus.
There's so many victims. There are so many victims. There are so many children victims that are now adults. The epidemic in America is child sexual abuse, and I just want people to see it. I want people to open up their eyes and see how prevalent and horrible it is. 1 of 3 girls, 1 of 4 boys in this country today. It's just horrible,
Really?
and you just can't
Wait, what the
it
fuck?
away anymore. It's going to get more and more apparent, and you got to choose your side.
Yeah, there's no way it's that high, right? Like, there's no way it's much worse. Yeah, and that's probably what gets reported, right? And so you got to think that, like, if it's that high, that's the bottom, right? Not the top. I can't believe this.
What you're about to watch is mostly unedited. I stream these calls live and sometimes spend hours or even days or submit a free at serifsecure.com.
Calling support, how may I assist you today?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. I need to submit a support ticket, please, for my laptop.
Mm-hmm. How may I assist you with the problem? Could you explain me regarding it?
Sorry, say that again. I could hardly hear you.
Oh, I'm saying, can you explain me what exact problem that you're facing with the laptop?
Well, if I knew the exact problem, I would tell you. But we were going through trying to fix things here and there. My husband and I, and had to. We noticed our windows needed to be updated, so we went through the on-screen instructions to update it. But now the window and the printer and all that, none of that's working quite well.
Oh. Are you in front of the laptop right now?
I am.
I've called this place a bunch. This is the one that I say is
would
going to be
like
the
to connect
new
your
Jay
device
Anderson.
with my global secure server so we
So-
could check that out what exact happened. Okay?
We'll see.
All right.
I'm gonna give you some simple. Yep. I will give you some simple instruction. You need to follow them. All right, miss?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
First, you should let me know what is your first and the last name.
It's Cindy Mayweather.
And the last name. Mayweather.
Yes.
Could you spell out your last name, ma'am?
It's like the weather in May. M-A-Y?
Oh, okay. Mayweather.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you, miss. Alrighty. Now I want you to bring up your Google Chrome on the computer.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me work on that. Hold on. All right. Things kind of like they'll work and then they'll disappear and then they'll work for a while and then they'll turn off. It's all over the place, but it's real strange. Okay, I'm on the Google Chrome.
Casey Tron calls Emeru a pick-me for incel freaks.
For real.
It reminds me of whenever Amarath started wearing a...
Casey Tron calls Emeru a pick-me for incel freaks.
It reminds me of whenever Amarath started wearing a cowboy hat, because that's whenever she started...
You retard. She's wearing a cowboy hat because she was playing Red Dead Redemption. Oh, that's a cowboy game, by the way. Yeah, she was wearing... Because it was like... Why are you so dumb? This is crazy.
Started going like full Nazi, basically.
Full Nazi. These people really are the worst. They really are. She's calling Emeru a Nazi. She's going full Nazi. Oh, wait, no. She's calling Amarath a Nazi. Oh, that totally makes more sense. This is just... Wow.
She started wearing the cowboy hat. It's like whenever these Texas girls in like these Austin, Texas streamer circles start wearing cowboy hats, that's whenever you got to watch out.
You know what's really, like... I'm going to be honest. This is one of the biggest mind fucks to me that I've been having to deal with for the last about 5 to 10 years of my life. I am watching the previous generation of e-girls and cool guys on the internet, like Casey Tron and Anthony Fantano, turn into boring, lame, middle-aged adults. I am watching e-girls turn into Karens. Like, this is the kind of stuff that, like, whenever you'd be at, like, Albertsons or something like that, or Publix or H-E-B with your mom in, like, 1998, this is the kind of dialogue that you would hear them talking about with, like, a celebrity. With, like, the same level of, like, the cadence, the demeanor, the vocabulary, everything. And we're watching this evolution in real time. We are. We're watching it in real time. And it's happening to everybody else around me. And I'm sitting here stressing myself out. Because it's like, when's it going to happen to me? When am I going to go from being, because like, I feel like I've always been a cool guy. I've always had a lot of friends. Like, when am I going to turn into a loser? Never? The thing is that my dad, it never happened with my dad. My dad was 78 years old talking about fucking,
To East.
Yes, sir.
How's jail?
To be honest, it's not nice.
Great.
It's not nice at all. And it
makes me very, very happy, because I hope it's one of the most miserable, rotten experiences that you ever had.
It is, sir. And I wish to never see it again.
The problem is you keep doing things to land you in there.
Yes, sir. And I will try my best to do more to not end up back in here, sir. I promise.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions, Mr. East.
I know, sir.
You're on a very serious probation for assault of a pregnant person. And now, picked up terroristic threat. You're now facing another year in jail. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you.
Yes, sir.
You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you. I don't even know what happened to your case. All I know is that you're on a serious probation.
Yes, sir.
And now you've picked up another case. So let's see what happens.
Yes, sir.
And whether you deserve to be let out.
Yes, sir.
Please.
On April 29, 2024, in Harris County, Texas, the defendant threatened to kill the complainant and the child that they shared together. Complainant felt in fear and pepper sprayed the defendant while on the phone with the 911. Defendant admitted to the threat, stating it was out of anger.
What do you think? What other does he have any other prior criminal history from anywhere else, juvenile?
So, Judge, his priors are all in county. He has assault of a pregnant person that he's on probation for against his sister, and an AFM, which was, it looks like it was.
So he has another assault.
He has an AFM from.
Eleven 22.
I think it was refiled. So it was an AFM that was refiled to assault a pregnant person.
That was his sister. The complaint was his sister.
Correct. The complainant on that case was his sister, and the complainant in this case is the child of, or the mother of
his child. You're not compensating, baby mama.
Yeah, try not to.
Mr. East, what do you do with your life now?
All right, now I'm working at a thrift store. I'm not getting paid that much, but I'm getting paid just enough to take care of the child. And right now,
How are you going to take care of a child? You can't even take care of yourself, Mr. East.
I'm still learning. This is my first child, Your Honor. This is my first child, Your Honor. And
you know, the problem is that with all the anger that you have, if a child sees it, what are they going to do?
They're going to feed off that same energy, sir.
Right.
And
they're going to be just like you. If they see you beat mama, threaten to kill mom, what are they going to do?
Same thing, but I would never touch my mother, my child's mother. I would never. I would never.
Patient for the very same thing, Mr. East.
I understand, sir.
I don't know, Carl. I don't know. You know, I'm not.
He's a lifelong resident of Harris County, Your Honor. He's not a flight risk.
I'm not. My concern is the public.
I understand. the conditions are right now, he does have a place to stay. He lives on Tidwell. The mother of his child lives at a different location. And he orders are here for him to not have any contact with either with her, the complaining witness.
What was the tipping point here? Why did he get so angry?
4 o'clock in the morning.
4 o'clock in the morning.
I had got a phone call from a girlfriend of mine because she was having some problems of her own, but I was sleeping and I didn't hear her phone call or her texts. So while I was holding the baby, I asked her.
4 in the morning?
4 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
I believe he responded to some text from another female judge, and that's what caused the altercation between him and his mother of his child, which is understandable. We've talked about this. But he did not assault her, and as a matter of fact, he was pepper sprayed himself during the course of the altercation after he made the threat. He admitted to the officers that he made the threat out of anger and had no intention of following through on it. He is gainfully employed. He just started his job last week. Hopefully he still has it. He hasn't been bond forfeited before. He's not failed to appear in court. He's not a flight risk.
I will make you a deal, Mr. East.
Yes, sir.
The only way, because I think that everybody should be given a chance.
Yes, sir.
You weren't given a chance here. You're on probation, which is a serious
charge.
What I want to see, though, is you proactively addressing your anger.
Yes, sir.
The only way I will let you out is if you take it upon yourself 3 times a week to do anger management classes somehow, some way. And I want on a written piece of paper that you're actually doing some kind of anger management.
Yes, sir.
3 times a week.
Can we make it 4 times a week? I'm sorry to interrupt you, Judge.
3 is sufficient.
You need to do something that's realistic.
Yes, sir.
Don't overkill because you're setting yourself up to fail.
Yes, sir.
All I want is you to address it. And the way that I can do that is by dangling a jailhouse key in front of you. So you hold the keys to the jail. I want you to do 3 anger management classes a week.
Sir.
And I want you to bring it proof to me every Monday that you've done 3 classes a week.
Yes, sir.
And the first time you falter, I will yank the bond and I'm going to put you in jail. You now know that you have no one to bond you out. So if you go to jail, you will be stuck like Chuck.
Yes, sir.
You understand?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Give you this one and only chance.
Yes, sir.
Make me proud. Don't fail me.
Yes, sir.
So we need to find some kind of anger management class. I'm sure that there are free ones. It is up to you to find it. It's not up to Carl. It's not up to your girlfriend, not up to you.
Yes, sir.
You.
Yes, sir.
And I want you here every Monday with proof in hand that you've done the anger management classes.
Yes, sir.
3 week. No dope, no alcohol. Carl, I'd like to know who the extramarital person is, and we need to cut that off so that there are no reasons for her to get upset or you.
Yes,
You
sir.
focus on one and you focus on that child.
Yes, sir.
Understand?
Yes, sir.
This is the only chance you're going to get from me. You will not get another one. If you don't believe me, look around.
I believe you on. I believe you on.
Jeez, make me proud.
Yes, sir.
Judge, do you want him to have no contact with the complaining witness, or do you
I would
want him to
say
have no
until things are better, yeah, no contact and no weapons.
present time?
Yeah. With this one and the other probation case as well. Yeah.
Understand, but
Yeah.
other probation case, the complainant there was his sister. You want no contact with her also?
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. Just want to make sure he.
It's probably already a condition of the felony probation.
Well, I understand. I just want to make sure that he understands while he's here.
It's already stated that I shouldn't have contact with Malaysia triplet or have any.
Stop. You know what's expected of you. That's the only thing that matters.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Carl.
On the bond, is it a PR or a reinstatement or?
No, it's a PR because he never got a bond whatsoever.
Make sure.
Yeah.
Big judge.
Carl, thanks. You're charged with possession of marijuana. It's elevated to a Class A misdemeanor because it's in a drug-free zone. You're facing up to a year in jail and/or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present during questions and interviews in the state of Texas. You cannot afford a lawyer. A lawyer will be appointed to represent you. Does he reek of weed right now?
Yes, he does.
You reek so bad, I think I'm going to get high just from you standing in front of me. Okay, please.
Yes, Your Honor, on 4/24, officer at Teeny's Food Mart in Harris County, Texas, saw a defendant making hand-to-hand transactions with an unidentified male. Officer believed the hand-to-hand transaction to coincide with the possession and distribution of narcotics and/or marijuana. The defendant observed officer and placed a clear plastic bag that contained a green leafy substance inside the front of his boxers. Wheeler turned around and attempted to flee the scene. Wheeler was advised a dog would be deployed and stopped when he heard the dog barking. Wheeler was detained without incident. The green leafy substance was retrieved from Wheeler's person. The green leafy substance weighed at 0.5 ounces. Teeny's Food Mart is in a drug-free zone.
No more outbursts, so you'll be removed from the courtroom.
So this gentleman here was on bond for a case and he not picked up a new case. Did he have the bond conditions to not pick up any new cases? Wheeler. We tell you not to pick up any new cases while you're on bond. Otherwise, the PR bond that you get is revoked and you get put into jail. You are on bond for criminal trespass. You've now picked up another case, and also you're here and you reek of weed so bad, you must have just stopped smoking right now.
Judge, actually, it's the other way around. He was on bond for the PON. That arrest was out of April 24th, 2024. And
Oh, I see.
He picked up a trespass April 24th.
Okay, so we're here on, I thought we were here on the weed case. So we're here on the trespass then.
Judge, because so before he approached this court on the marijuana case, he has picked up the trespass case. He was on bond for the marijuana case before he approached here and picked up the trespass.
So I'm sorry, so he's charged with the criminal trespass here, not the weed. Both, right, but the reason he's in front of me now is for a criminal trespass because that's the new case stuff.
He's never approached. He's never been here on the possession of marijuana case. That happened April 24th. And on April 29th, he picked up the criminal trespass. He never approached this court on either case.
I have here that he signed conditions of bond on 4/24 not to pick up any new cases, and now 5 days later, he's picked up a criminal trespass. I mean, am I wrong?
Oh, you're right. Yes, April 20th.
No.
April 25th. It has judge's signature. Yeah. It says, yeah, the defendant shall commit no crime and shall not engage in conduct that results in his or her arrest.
It's not looking good for you, Mr. Wheeler. It's Altamirano. right? Welcome back. Mr. Wheeler, I'm revoking your bond and I'm keeping you with me. He goes with you. Hey, I have something to show you. Please, just between you and me, here. Can you take a second to look at this? This is what.
I think I've already told her about what we have on our end.
I saw this, Your Honor, and there's.
And I'm getting more and more stuff as well.
Yeah, I think it's the same person. And I think they said they had it down as a stepmother. It's not her stepmother, is a stepmother of her son. There's a custody battle going on. It's a very highly contested one. So it doesn't surprise me that she is reaching out saying this. And then unless there is something else that you have substantiating this, Your Honor, this is just throwing mud. As far as I'm concerned, they're trying to take her son out of state, which is a pretty big deal. And it takes
My only concern is that if, in fact, she is driving, come up, Miss Velma.
And I asked her who's transporting her son. It's her grandmother, who is more than willing to vouch. Her grandmother transports him, and so does her mother. But she has not been driving.
I want you to read that letter.
It is the same individual that has been.
I don't care. My only concern is if she's driving, so help me.
Yeah, they're doing a lot. They've also called CPS, which I haven't even had my son, and they're calling CPS and telling them a lot of this is.
Which is probably with your criminal history.
I understand.
Right. I mean,
I understand.
Put yourselves in the shoes of someone else, right? Would you want a baby in the custody of someone that has that kind of criminal history? You know? Really?
His father has criminal history as well, and
you're trying to justify it.
If you just can give me 2 seconds. I've never used that against him. I lost my daughter from a different father, so he doesn't know anything that I've been going through. My brother killed himself in 2016 in the parking lot of the Harris County Sheriff's Department on Clay Road. I don't know if you heard about it or saw the news article.
I understand that you have issues. I get it.
What I'm saying is I've never used any of that against them. I've been very amicable with them.
We're having two different conversations. We're having two different, like what I'm trying to impart to you is that you're talking about custody, right? And I am too, but I'm talking you having custody of someone. What matters is, and you know, when you're single, it's all about you, right? You can do whatever the hell you want to do. You can go here, you can go there, you can stay out up 3 days, doing whatever you want to do. When you get married, it's about your significant other, right? You always think about your significant other because that's what a marriage is, right? It's a chain link fence. And when the link is broken too much, the fence falls apart. When you have a kid, it's not about you. It's not about your significant other. It's only about the baby. Nothing else matters. And that's why two people who cannot get along, who have drug issues, have no business bringing another life because they can't even take care of themselves. And you, with the baggage that you have, while you may be a great person, there's too much drama, too much PTSD for a baby to put into the mix. Because everything that you do will impact the baby one way or the other. I don't care what they've done. I don't care what they're doing. I don't care how many cases. You are the one that has the baby. You need to make the sound decision. I know you don't have the baby, but what I'm telling you if and you do at some point. My concern here is public safety. I don't care about your baby. I don't care about your grandmother. I don't care about your husband. I don't give a rat's ass about anything about that. But with you, DWI, FSGI, retaliation, DWI, assault of a public servant. That's why I have my eye on you. And when I have someone telling me that you're driving now, repeatedly, I have a big problem with that because I've ordered you not to drive and I had you sign an affidavit. And so help me, if I find that you're driving one way or the other, I'm going to freaking lose it. You better not be driving. I don't care what is going on in your life. I don't care who you have to pick up. Do you understand me? Tell me, has she done the AANA that she was supposed to do?
Yes, Your Honor. I think because there is no transportation, no driving, and the mother works 12 hours a day, the grandmother works, the grandfather works. I think you suggested her going online, which she did. I know that didn't turn out to be suitable. I told her to find something near her. She could go something in person where there is a sign-in sheet. She actually now has a sponsor. This is the place she's attending now. The sponsor's name's on the back. It's the first name, Rebecca. Rebecca is suggesting, since she's already in her treatments, that